Chapter 142. Hard labor, odd jobs, construction projects, dangerous mining operations. There's nothing they can't do. What's more useful and trustworthy than undead laborers who never get tired? They work year-round, but they don't need any supplies. 10 gold coins for one, and it only costs 2 gold coins to replenish their death energy every year. Buying once will benefit you for the rest of your life. Don't listen to that guy's bragging. Undead tend to stink. It's fine in winter, but won't they stink to death in spring or summer? Mister, come take a look at my mummy maid. She's filled with expensive spices, and not only will she never rot, she'll even smile when you hug her to sleep at night. You should know that only people of high status can become mummies. My little cutie here was a noble princess when she was still alive. Don't listen to his bragging. Someone like him dares to dig up a royal tomb? If he's going to find a princess for you, it'll probably be a village girl with big legs. A gnome princess is still a princess, right? She's the princess of a large tribe with more than 300 members. Even though the 2 undead mages' verbal battle soon escalated into a physical battle, the customer still didn't care about their business. Instead, he chose to work with skeleton laborers not far away. The reason was that skeleton laborers were cheap and clean. After the power of death dissipated, they could even be used as clothes hangers to feed dogs. Undead army horses for sale. Never tired, forever loyal. Before you ride a skeleton horse that falls apart easily, think about your own weight. I have a gigantic bone beast that can be pulled by humans. You're welcome to purchase. This was Definder's 7th market, which was also the newly established undead labor market. Here, undead mages finally found a way to make a living apart from killing. When news of the Sinless City spread throughout the entire continent, the happiest group was probably the undead mages who practiced undead magic. In this cruel world, the weak would never have a good life. Chasing after power had become a natural instinct for most people. Even if that power was unspeakable, it would allow them to live a better life. At the very least, they wouldn't die mysteriously in battle. No matter how one looked at it, it was worth the risk. As long as one progressed step by step, not every single existence that practiced fallen magic would become insane. However, the Holy Church wouldn't even consider whether or not the undead, whose existence is a sin, had actually done anything wrong. The Holy Church stubbornly focused on purifying every single undead they encountered. Mages who were capable of creating undead were the number 1 heretics and villains. Some people were simply suited to practicing necromancy magic, while others had coincidentally obtained the inheritance of necromancy magic. However, after unintentionally exposing themselves, they were treated as villains and heretics and were wanted. This kind of encounter made all necromancers try their best to hide their existence. If they were accidentally exposed, they would not hesitate to kill them to silence them. This also caused the nightmares of necromancers to worsen from another aspect. In the eyes of the world, necromancers can't possibly be the cheerful young man next door with a face full of pimples. Necromancers must have a gloomy expression and a fierce glint in their eyes as they carry out their plans to destroy the world in the evil and crazy Shilua Empire. But in reality, this is a misunderstanding. Shilua is the country of the undead. The upper-class nobles and domain lords are all undead. No matter how strange necromancers appear in the eyes of the world, they are still living people. And from a certain standpoint, living people are equivalent to slaves in Shilua. As a living person, the status of a necromancer is extremely awkward. Unless they are willing to give up their physical body and become a lich, or if they are talented enough to be favored by a lich, they will most likely not have a good life. At the very least, they won't be able to enjoy the treatment they deserve in terms of food, housing, and other living conditions. And if a bloodthirsty blood tribe takes a liking to the taste of blood, or a warlike death knight becomes a sword target, or a lich teacher becomes a new experimental subject. In reality, as long as they don't reveal their magic, most necromancers are indeed able to successfully blend in with the crowd. Not only that, They can even secretly use their own strength to obtain a better living condition for themselves. All along, necromancers and demon warlocks have been the most popular mercenaries among the nobles. After all, they are the typical type of mercenaries who die when exposed to the light. Not only are they fast and ruthless in their actions, even if their secrets were to be accidentally leaked, most of them won't be able to get out. As such, the reputation of necromancers naturally gets worse and worse. And if necromancers want to improve, they have to deal with corpses. If they can't kill the corpses themselves, they can only rob graves. This has created countless urban legends and ghost stories. That's why the graveyards of every city are under the supervision of the Holy Church's night watchmen. It is normal for necromancers to accidentally leave some traces when robbing corpses. Even if a necromancer is lucky enough to reach silver rank or gold rank and is able to rely on his own strength to become a mercenary and earn a lot of money. But as long as he is not careful, he will still be exposed. Perhaps a beggar by the roadside will turn around and report you for the reward of 10 silver coins. But once you are exposed, no matter how well you try to cover it up, the Holy Church's encirclement will immediately return. Even if you are lucky enough to escape, under the omnipresent bounty, fleeing for your life becomes the only option. And the lucky ones who are able to escape to a remote village or the Shiloh Empire are definitely less than 1 in 10. And when Wumian's announcement resounds throughout the entire world, the necromancers hidden in the crowd are all stunned. But after that, they are unable to contain their joy. Undead don't represent evil? Perhaps I can live on openly and honorably. Perhaps I can even be worshipped and respected because of this. That's why, half a month after that announcement, necromancers in disguise would enter the city every day and then mysteriously vanish. There were even more who sneaked into the city and crossed the city walls. During those days, there would always be people flying over the city walls in the middle of the night. They were either blood tribe or gargoyles. Most of the time, there would be people hanging below them. Not only was it hard to guard against them, it also made the archers on the city walls very hesitant. Are they really going to shoot them down? But it's obvious that something isn't right. Soon, the guards roughly understand what's going on. But what's the meaning of going over the city walls instead of the city gates? And in the end, those who land on the ground will always be blocked by the knights. Are you a necromancer? No, I'm just an extreme sports enthusiast. That day, I happened to see a gargoyle passing by. I wanted to try the feeling of floating in the air, so I grabbed onto its leg. Even an idiot wouldn't believe such a lame lie, but there are people who never get tired of saying it. The night squad in charge of Definder's city, Defense, finally got tired of these loach-like necromancers and decided to stick a sign outside all the city gates. City West Gate number 7 is a path exclusively used by necromancers. You can enter directly and go through all the necessary identification and procedures. It only takes half an hour, and you can even get a job recommendation 3 times. Necromancers who enter through other routes will be fined 300 gold coins, and their work visa will be revoked for 2 months if they are discovered. Note, gargoyles and other middle-sized and above necromancers. Please stop outside the city or pay a fee to store them in the storage area of gate number 7. Of course, you have the freedom to not follow the above rules. However, Definder's skies are guarded by the Bone Dragon Knight, Lord Timir. You can try to play a game of cat and mouse with him, but if he and his mount go overboard, your remains might become a hot item to be auctioned off by your comrades tomorrow. Right now, a skeleton mage or a lich can be sold for an astronomical price in the city. From a certain perspective, this is already a form of sincerity. At the very least, they didn't shout about killing us, expressing their goodwill towards necromancers. After someone took the lead and confirmed that it was safe, even my undead knight was shocked by the number of necromancers. When they entered the city and were delighted to find so many comrades, they met with a new problem. They, who had just started their new life, lost their jobs. The newly established Definder Medical College, Spectre College, does require quite a number of teachers and staff. but it is a pity that it is a matter for top-notch talents. Most of the necromancers had to figure things out on their own. Their standard is only slightly better than that of an apprentice, not to mention teaching others. They even want to find a teacher to teach them. Old profession, assassins or mercenaries. There are quite a number of fugitives among the necromancers. Naturally, they thought of the way they made a living in the past. I have to admit that there is no limit to the stupidity of humans. In the miracle of the God of Law, the sinless city, he still dared to commit a serious crime. When his corpse was hung on the flagpole to dry, it could be considered as an example to others. At the same time, it also explained what the judgment spell and the sinless city were. Of course, an excessively high unemployment rate will naturally lead to social instability. Thus, I have long made plans for it. The first is to join the army. After all, necromancers are definitely a huge killing machine on the battlefield. This is also what they are most proficient in. My army has many years of experience in using necromancers. But for those lesser necromancers who don't wish to enter the battlefield, there is a brand new topic for them to research. Making various kinds of magic into daily life, making equipment and tools for necromancy. This topic may seem inconceivable, but in reality it isn't a new topic. Many human kingdoms have long used magic lamps. Fire-type magic furnaces for boiling water is also a daily consumption for the nobles. All kinds of alchemy tools are the crystallization of the magic civilization. Since other magic and alchemy can do it, why can't necromancy magic? In reality, necromancy magic is very versatile. It is just that the materials used are a little unique. Undead workers are the servants of the necromancers. It is normal for them to become a labor market. Of course, there are some technical difficulties involved. Low-tier undead are brainless and bloodthirsty by nature. Unless a necromancer keeps an eye on them, no one can guarantee that these brainless undead won't go out of control. However, a small invention has changed everything. Lazy sword seal. Death is the sweetest sleep. Unfortunately, it isn't time for you to get off work yet. So, make the most of your time and try your best to live an exciting life. The lazy sword seal is a sword seal that represents necromancy magic. Its usage is actually no different from other elemental sword seals. The sword seal is activated through Olivia's magic box, and the sword seal is used to control the power of death. However, looking at the current progress of research, at most, it allows the user to control a few low-tier undead. The information I left behind was further opened up by Marguerite and the others. Very quickly, a simple Olivia's magic box for undead was created. Its only use is to contract and control fixed low-tier undead. Thus, when an ordinary person holds this black magic bullet in their hands, they can also control low-tier undead to serve them. Thus, the undead labor market became a reality. Skeleton laborers, zombie miners, mummy maids, and the like. As long as you can think of it, there is nothing you can't find. Of course, one should know when to stop doing business. The genius who came up with the disgusting and cute abomination Stitch Monster Sexy made costume has already had his work permit revoked for 3 months due to too many complaints about the product. Ghost Carriage Rental, Gargoyle Express, Zombies vs. Plant series have all become hot topics in the city. It is foreseeable that with the improvement of technology, a brand new magic civilization might be born in the border regions. Perhaps these series of small things might not seem like much, but in reality, it has a far-reaching impact. The unknown represents fear. When these demons and ghosts can be enslaved by oneself, the fear and estrangement would naturally be greatly reduced. When one's principles can be accepted by the world, necromancers would also start to experience a normal life. Sometimes the times take a huge leap in places that you can't see. I reckon that even the inventor, His Highness Roland, wouldn't have thought that this most obscure and inconspicuous invention would be the first to influence and change the world. However, there are some things that don't change, such as the unpredictable human heart and the seeds of hatred. Renee looks at the headless corpses in front of her and sighs. The two corpses are very young. One is a silver rank half-elf archer, and the other is a rookie necromancer who sneaked in. When I came to inspect the city walls, they, who were disguised as passers-by, suddenly ambushed me. However, in the instant that they made their move, they were beheaded by my own guards. Master Fade, Teacher Ferdinand, Archmage Hina, thank you for your protection. Everyone has worked hard. There is no need to thank us. This is an order from His Highness Roland. Before I left, I had 2 sword saints and an archmage stay by Rain's side to protect her. At that time, Rain had thought that I was overreacting, but reality proved that I was right. This was the 7th assassination attempt in half a month. It was obvious that this was only the beginning. The younger the seedling, the easier it is for it to die early. Even without your identity as a descendant of the Mist, just as the link between me and the Donlon Principality, you're the most important and irreplaceable link in the entire country. If anything happens to you, there is no point in talking about anything else. If I were your enemy, assassinating you would definitely be a profitable business. We don't have any enemies in the Northern Lands, do we? At that time, I only smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, Renee recalled how she didn't think much of it and could only sigh at her immaturity and naivety. Send them to the 7th market. Send me a copy of the results of the soul interrogation, even though they are most likely sent by that country. Seriously, the beast men will be invading next year. Rather than sending people to assassinate me, they might as well prepare for war. No enemies? They are all enemies. On the level of countries, as long as there is a conflict of interest, it is impossible to have a good relationship. No one would want to see a strong neighboring country. Even if that country repeatedly says that they won't invade other countries, how can other countries entrust their safety to others? Not to mention, some countries have their own ambitions. The gradually recovering Donglon is an eyesore. At this moment, I, who was still in Cheryl, met with a similar experience. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 top-notch assassins and a saint-rank thief hiding in the shadows. They really think highly of me. Amelia waved her staff, her face filled with anger. It's these assassins again. This is the 13th time this week. I have basically become your free fighter. Give me more money. I don't have money. I don't have my life either. Winter always came early in the Highlands. By the time most of the countries in the Northern Lands were preparing for the Beastmen's invasion next spring, the plains were already covered in ice and snow. However, just like in the past, this time, the orcs did not shrink their area of activity and prepare for the winter. On the contrary, various wolf knights and thunder rock knights roamed the highlands and killed the human spies hidden among them. The closer they got to the beastmen's territory, the stronger the patrols. Such abnormal behavior naturally attracted the attention of the countries. But after paying a huge price, even if they successfully entered the beastmen's territory and sent back information, it was only conventional intelligence about war preparations. But in reality, this was just a smokescreen. There were only 2 ways to enter the highlands, where the beastmen lived. Both of them were blocked by the fortresses of the 2 countries. The Erluo Highlands was far away from the beastmen's territory and the entrance to the countries in the Northern Lands. It was a barren wasteland. But at this moment, there were already countless tents set up. The smoke that rose continuously showed that the Beastmen army was gathering. At the highest peak, the tribe leaders were having a gathering. A piece of exciting news was spreading among the Beastmen. Cheers to the honor of the war god. Next week, the Beastmen army will invade the south. Finally, we can get our revenge. This time, we will catch the humans off guard. Activate the Thunderbird plan. Chapter 143. The Zhaos wear their tassels. The frost and snow of the Wu hook shine brightly. The swordsman of the Northern Lands is draped in a simple and crude python skin armor. The silver long sword in his hand carries a snow-white afterimage. Wherever the snow-white longsword passes, a bone-piercing, cold wind blows. Even the ground is covered with a thin layer of white frost. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, galloping like a shooting star. The longsword points to the sky. The silver Pegasus that carries the night arrives. The sole warhorse that carries the night turns into a silver shooting star. 10 steps to kill a person, 1,000 miles unstoppable. Wherever the sword reaches, the enemy's head flies. Just by relying on the sharp sword in his hand and the mount he is riding, the lightly armored knight is able to traverse thousands of miles in the northern lands. After the deed is done, I leave with my clothes, hiding my identity and name. I seem to have forgotten about it. Forget it. I can't hide my identity anyway. Brats, look carefully. I, Roland Mist, am coming. I am the Lich King. As pale justice stabs into the ground, magic intertwines. The black tortoise sword seal, which is a cross between a turtle and a snake, explodes on the ground. A snowflake formation that represents ice forms on the ground and lights up, following the flow of ice underground. The ice magic freezes everything in the surroundings. My movements are too sudden. As the ice spreads, the assassins in the shadows don't even have time to react before their feet are frozen. Those with quick reflexes are able to break their legs and escape, while those with slow reflexes are instantly frozen. I really admire those main characters in legendary novels. Reciting poems while fighting seems very cool, but in reality, it's simply inhuman. How can they recite incantations, think about battle techniques, adjust the rhythm of battle, and recall poems at the same time? Aren't they afraid of forgetting the poem halfway through? If the wind enters their mouth and they choke and cough uncontrollably, wouldn't they die even more mysteriously? While I am cursing, a snake-shaped dagger with green light appears from the shadows behind me. That bewitching blade slowly stretches towards the back of my neck, but there isn't a single sound of wind. The moment the blade is about to touch me, the assassin who has a cruel smile on his face suddenly shudders. The advanced ability of shadow steps, short, instant dimensional concealment. It seems like only great assassins with elemental bloodline can learn this. How can I see such a rare ability? What a tempting experiment material. How could an experienced assassin make a mistake at such a crucial moment? It was just that his arm was already numb. Ah, pale justice was still stuck in the ground, but the thunderous lightning was flashing on it. The unlucky assassin was electrocuted and twitched uncontrollably. Poor child! I guess you can't understand why the magic sword would automatically attack after leaving your hand. I can memorize this move and teach it to those rookies when I get back. The electricity from the second activation of the Azure Dragon Sword Seal wasn't that strong. The assassin, whose entire body was twitching, clenched his teeth and crawled up, intending to fight for his life. I patted the black cat on my shoulder lightly. Help me collect a blood sample for a brief analysis. Such a rare material, don't kill it. Extract its soul and bring it back to the lab. Hearing that, the elegant black cat lowered its head and licked its claws. It didn't move, but I knew that it was waiting to negotiate the price. I'll give you a third. Let's see if Senior's sister wants it or not. If she doesn't want it, I'll give you half. Lunatic. Our ghost snake bandit group was destroyed in the hands of you lunatics. You actually talked to a cat. Seeing that I actually carried him on my back, the furious assassin angrily attacked. But in the next moment, an ominous shadow covered him. Cat monster. The cat-shaped shadow floating above the assassin's head had a strange smile on its face, as though it was laughing at something. The mixed-blood assassin finally couldn't suppress the fear in his heart anymore. He turned around and ran. But then, with a flash of light and a scream, the thief disappeared without a trace. The only thing left was the elegant black cat that continued to wash its face. Pah! With a snap of my fingers, the corpses of the 3 bandits who had bled to death silently stood up. They would take the other, frozen corpses with them. When necromancy could appear under the sun, the corpses of the strong would become valuable goods for nobles. They couldn't be wasted. While I was still admiring the results of my battle, the battle on the other side was already coming to an end. What the black man-eating flower was chewing on was the right arm of the saint-rank assassin codenamed Dark Flame. After sacrificing his body to feed those frenzied plants, the great assassin Dark Flame finally got close to the mage. What the hideous smile on the thief's face wasn't a panicking noob from an academy, but a crazy witch who was smiling even more happily. You are the 76th assassin who thought that I was a close combat idiot. What do you think happened to your seniors in the end? The mind of the saint-rank assassin was extremely stable. Even though he faintly felt that something was wrong with the situation, words couldn't shake him in the slightest. He suddenly stopped and moved back and forth, leaving behind a string of ghostly clones. The ghostly clones surrounded Amelia from all directions. However, the female mage only took a deep breath and threw away the gorgeous sapphire staff. Ignoring the countless ghostly clones around her, she threw a punch behind her back. Boom! Amelia wasn't as weak as she looked. The terrifying gravity of her punch caused the wind pressure to dig a huge hole in the ground. Even though Dark Flame reacted in time, he was still grazed by it and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Pa! Amelia lightly waved her hand, which was wearing a ruby bracelet. After a scream of pain, a huge hole was created around Dark Flame. Dark Flame's body was embedded into the rock, and he could only exhale but not inhale. Perhaps other bystanders would think that this was some kind of gravitational magic, but I knew that it was just a simple wave of her hand. What caused the assassin to sink into the ground was the wind pressure brought about by this slap. A mage with 42 strength really can't be hurt, and an altered human with the sight of truth in her eyes is even more unbearable. To be able to survive up to this point after all this foolishness, Senior is indeed as powerful as always. At this moment, Amelia was lightly stroking her hair. The silver in her eyes seemed to have disappeared, and the corner of her mouth moved slightly as though she was muttering something. Her light green long hair fluttered in the wind, and the scholarly girl was muttering a poem in the wind. Just by looking at her appearance, Amelia had the aura of a scholarly girl. However, I wouldn't be fooled by her because I had already read her words through lip reading. Baby, it's time to eat. It's going to be a feast this time. In the next second, the light green hair came to life. Countless strands of hair spread along with the wind and then turned into blood-red thorns. When the top of the thorns opened up a huge dragon-like mouth, and the assassin who was bitten started to scream in pain, I knew that the remaining scene was going to be 18. Temperance. She really is a monster without any temperance. Perhaps she named it Temperance in hopes that this monster wouldn't eat too much and affect its figure. Senior's research direction was similar to mine, and we could exchange information and research results, but the way it was presented was completely different. In a sense, I was a combination of life structure, modern medicine, and necromancy to create undead creation. Since it was creation, naturally it was to create other powerful undead. As a master of life structure, Amelia's research was on life itself. How could she let go of the body that she was most familiar with and understood intuitively herself? She probably couldn't even remember how many times she had modified herself. When I got to know her, she said that she was more like a plant than an animal. In reality, 2 of her 7 virtues, temperance and diligence, were a part of herself, her symbiotic plants. Their existence and growth made Amelia stronger. Amelia's 42 points of strength with her equipment had long since surpassed the limits of ordinary creatures. I had never even heard of any species with strength over 40. Perhaps even the Titan giants wouldn't be able to compare to her. Her bloodline abilities were impossible to rank. She had long since become an extraordinary existence from the very roots of her bloodline. Of course, with her ability to cause trouble that wasn't inferior to mine, She wouldn't have been able to survive until now if she didn't have some tricks up her sleeves. Based on what I knew, her undying regeneration ability wasn't inferior to mine either. That assassin group had already been cleaned up, but I felt a little regretful. After all, it wasn't during the quest period, so I couldn't get any points from the saint-rank thief that Senior killed. Why are you looking at me like that? Even if you beg me, I just so happen to lack high-quality fertilizer. Even if you beg me, I won't give you any. Her wary gaze was truly heartbreaking. Ever since our unpleasant conversation last time, Amelia seemed to be even more wary of me. An elemental descendant who knows how to short dimensional concealment. I'll give you 1/3 of his blood and body samples, and you give me his soul and leave his skeleton behind. I have a use for him. A super rare item. You always meet such mystical existences. Your luck is as good as always, but it seems that you're at a disadvantage in this transaction. Is there some sort of scheme? Her wary gaze was truly heartbreaking. I shook my head. I knew that if I didn't say something, she wouldn't be able to rest easy since she was already so easily frightened. By the way, I was probably the only person in the world who could make such a powerful senior so wary of me. Should I be proud? Since someone wants our heads, I naturally have to return the favor. I'm not strong enough, so Senior, please help me. No problem. There's never too much fertilizer and experimental materials. Deal. At this moment, Shueti and the others received news that I had been ambushed. However, they discovered that there was no way for them to interfere, so they could only watch idly. Just which side is the antagonist? Why do I feel like both of us are evil bosses who intend to destroy the world, while the assassin on the other side is the hero who is challenging evil? I agree. All right then, looking at the late arrival of reinforcements, such a discussion caused me to pause for a moment, but then I laughed. It seems that interacting with old acquaintances like Amelia and Heloise has made my mentality younger and younger. However, from a certain standpoint, it's a good thing. Of course, it's a bad thing for my enemies. After enjoying such a peaceful life in Sulphur Mountain City for so long, I had obviously become gentler. Perhaps this was a good thing for the people around me. But when considering the cruel future that we were about to face, a sinister and cunning Yonya who would resort to any means possible would obviously be far more effective than a righteous holy knight. I had never intended to be an obedient and honest person who would wait for the Armageddon to arrive. You want to deal with an evil and cunning opponent? Then you should become even crazier and more unscrupulous than the other party. To my enemies, a cunning and crazy avenger who was willing to sacrifice himself at the crucial moment was the most dangerous. I didn't have a moral obsession with dirtying my hands. Senior, me, Heloise, perhaps the most interesting, dangerous, insane researchers in the world are here. Perhaps we can create something interesting together. It was another year of hunting. The Beastman tribes along the Orizon Mountains were gathering together. The Blood Axe tribe, which had obtained the support of the earth elemental god Ombroken, became the strongest tribe. Their leader, Imant Bloodaxe, became the new great tribe chief of the allied tribes. Perhaps there was a more familiar name that suited him better, Beastman Emperor. Of course, to wear this crown firmly, he had to first win the upcoming war. At this moment, the various tribe chiefs were still discussing their future military plans. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the word quarrel. I object. The first snow is about to fall. To advance at this time is simply courting death. Generally speaking, mountain centaurs were slightly smaller and more agile than their brethren in the underground and the kingdom of the elves. However, the Kars tribe's tribe chief Hamar was obviously an exception. With a height of nearly 3 meters, he carried a giant halberd on his back and was renowned throughout the Beastman Highlands for his unparalleled brute strength. I object as well. The fortresses of the Sluer Kingdom and the Kingdom of Kasomi have blocked the exit of the Highlands. If we were to attack in winter, we would have to pay a heavy price. I am not afraid of sacrifice, and I know that sacrifices must be made in war. However, I object to letting my sisters become such worthless cannon fodder. Kamala was the tribe chief of the blue-feathered Harpy tribe and also the most famous witch of the Highlands. She could be said to be highly respected in the entire mountain region. Her opinion was acknowledged by many tribe chiefs. No matter how one looked at it, it was not a good idea to forcefully attack the heavily guarded human fortresses in winter. The Blood Axe tribe's stubbornness had finally caused the tribe chiefs to erupt in anger. If they did not handle it properly, the allied forces would immediately collapse. The Blood Axe tribe's tribe chief Almont Blood Axe was a tall eagleman. Their tribe was originally famous for producing the Thunder Eagle Knight. However, Almont himself was not that famous. On the contrary, those who knew him knew that his abilities were extremely ordinary. At this moment, when he was questioned by others, Almont only knew how to scratch his head in frustration. He did not know how to answer. It was obvious that he was at a loss. "I'm going back." The Bear tribe's tribe chief Lund was famous for being taciturn, but he was also famous for being a man of his word. If he wanted to disband now, he would definitely do it. Finally, Almont made up his mind and was about to tell them his plan. However, a hoarse voice sounded from outside the door. "My lords, please allow me to introduce myself. I am Daimon Ryle, the representative of your allied forces." The one who had soundlessly entered was a short rat man. This kind of life form mostly resided in the underground tunnels of the city. Although this race was rather cunning and difficult to deal with, they were marginalized among the beastmen who prioritized strength. However, even though there were many experts in the tent, no one dared to look down on this short rat man, other than his ability to soundlessly infiltrate the tent. The scales and horns on his face revealed his identity. Purgatory Seed? Are you a demon or a devil? The northern lands also had an entrance to the abyss. The beastmen were not unfamiliar with the residents of the lower plains, but any intelligent race with normal thinking would not have any good impressions of these two races. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can help you. With the help of the earth, elemental god, geographical obstacles will not be a problem from the start. There's no need for you to attack two fortresses at all. Daimon came to the map and casually drew a line. It was an unbelievable passage that could cross the obstacles of the mountains and directly reach the core area of the human world. As for the harsh winter, I can give you a piece of good news. With the help of the will of the abyss, the flame sea marchioness has promised to give you the blessing of flames. This winter's cold wind will no longer hinder you. The chieftains looked at each other, but they were still uncertain. The flame sea marchioness? The flame sea dimension is a part of the abyss. That marchioness should be a demon lord. I have some understanding of demonology, but I don't think I have heard of her name. Could she be a new demon lord that appeared in the past few hundred years? Ha! Daimon laughed proudly. It's no wonder that you have not heard of her name. She only returned to the abyss last year, but she actually promoted the rank of demon marchioness. This is enough to prove her strength. She also has the beautiful name God Eater. It is because she devoured the divine power of the fire elemental god that she can give you the blessing of flames. Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Seeing that there was hope for the mission to be completed, Daimon became even more proud. Look, this is the token of this lord. It was a bronze ring inlaid with silver. Lava flames were slowly revolving around it, as though it was decorated with decorative patterns. Lady Eliza, please bestow upon us your blessings. The purgatory, Rat-man Daimon, raised the one ring up high. The power of the evil demons started to spread, and the consciousness of a high-level existence was summoned by the token. Who is summoning me? How dare you disturb my beauty sleep? A filthy and ugly rat man at that. Go to hell. The consequences of a demon lord's rage were severe. The woman who was awakened by the ugly man was even more hot-tempered. The flames of the evil demons immediately engulfed the summoner. Lord, show mercy, I am innocent. Aha. All right, the unlucky guy who had already turned into ashes had no right to speak. Looking at the one ring on the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of play was he putting on? The contact was killed by the mastermind for no reason? How were they going to continue with this plot? It was said that the evil demons were chaotic and crazy. This time they had really witnessed it. But what should they do next? Return to their respective homes? Lordwyn, you are a famous handsome man among the beastmen. You are also very popular. Why don't you try contacting this Marquis? In an instant, the Foxman chieftain who was pointed out by Almont paled. The rat man had just died in front of him, so he didn't dare to try again. However, the Foxman chieftain was indeed worthy of the title of the wise beastmen. He immediately thought of a solution. You heard it too. This daimon was executed for disturbing the Marquis's afternoon nap. Then, we just have to wait for the Marquis to wake up before contacting her. And, regardless of the time difference between the chaos abyss and the surface, contacting her after 8 hours would be the safest. All right, this was undoubtedly a tactic to stall for time. However, it was obvious that this ending was acceptable to everyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. I, who was far away in another country, received a piece of news from the silver ring on my finger. The beastmen are going to bypass the geographical restrictions of the Highlands and directly attack Sluir during winter? Chapter 144. The behemoth used its footsteps to awaken the sleeping Highlands. Under the call of the war drums, the wolf riders began to patrol in the night. The aerial knights, who returned from their hunts, brought back the heads of the human spies. All of the above were impossible. According to the original plan, the Beastmen army should have set off long ago. Unfortunately, there was a small accident. Scram, I want the best cosmetics from Eudustafin. Do you think you can fool me with such inferior products? Believe it or not, I will burn down your entire camp. My lady, please calm down. My lady, please calm down. This is the highest grade of elven spring water. It can restore one's youthfulness. It is definitely much better than those inferior man-made products of the humans. I don't care. If you want me to do something, you have to fulfill my request. The dimensional door to the abyss closed, and the flames on the one ring dissipated. The will of the demon Marquis had already left. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, which Kamala shook her head helplessly, she slowly put down the one ring and left the tent. Just as she left, the entrance was already crowded with people. These were the leaders of the various tribes. They looked worried, like examinees waiting for the results to be released. Judging from their worried faces, they probably knew their limits. Not many of them thought that the future would be good. As expected, when the witch shook her head at the tribe leaders, they sighed helplessly. She's too difficult. The last time, she felt that the Beastman's war song was too noisy and asked us to find a singer. In the end, we found the Sparrow Shaman singers and bards who are the best at singing, even though the two of them worked together and sang a beautiful soul hymn. That demon said that they were singing a folk song from the countryside and said that they were out of tune. Those arrogant soul singers were so angry that they wanted to rush to the gate of the abyss to fight with her. It took me a lot of effort to appease them. That's nothing. 2 days ago, she actually said that she wanted to eat the red jade fruit, a specialty of the west of the continent. I said that it wasn't available, and she almost killed me. Also, don't you have the Wyvern Knight? If you tire a few of them to death, you should be able to buy them. At least I didn't ask you to buy lychees. What's lychee? We've already lost more than 30 servants who woke her up. There are even rumors that we're hiding a super ogre, and we're currently feeding it with servants. All right, let's not talk about how this affects our morale. The amount of food our army consumes every day is not a small amount. Are we just going to waste our time like this? Forget it. Even without the fire god's blessing, with the help of the earth elemental god, it wouldn't be a problem for us to take over 2 cities to survive the winter. At least it was better than wasting time here. Yesterday, Another 30 tribes chose to leave. Women were hard to deal with, but the demoness was even harder to deal with. In the past half a month, the chieftains had had enough of Eliza's new demands. The orcs were not soft either. The idea of abandoning her and working alone was getting more and more popular. As one of the few people who could say a few words to Marchioness Eliza, Kamala naturally became the best messenger. During this period of time, the other chiefs also thought highly of her. But as time passed, she instead suffered a lot of anger from both sides and was now full of resentment. We can't wait any longer. Who knows what she'll come up with tomorrow? The first snow is about to fall. By then, it'll really be too late. Sigh. I've long heard that the demon lords have no qualms about doing things according to their own preferences. This time, I've truly witnessed it for myself. Not to mention, this is a marquee-level demon lord who monopolizes an entire dimension. In other words, she's an existence equivalent to a true god. It's understandable that she has an endless lifespan to play with, but we can't afford to waste it. We can't wait any longer. Let's lay out our cards tomorrow. While the Beastman chieftains were vexed over the demon lord's mood swings, they would never have guessed that the demon lord that they were talking about as difficult to deal with was currently chatting passionately with her greatest enemy. Not only that, the tone of their conversation wasn't one of impatience or irritation towards them. I don't think they can wait much longer. Even without the fire god's blessing, they'll still work alone. We've fought for more than half a month. We've already done quite well. Is there a lot of pressure on the Chaos Abyss? Do the other demon lords have any complaints? Demons won't care about unimportant people. That's the will of the Chaos Abyss. It doesn't care about success or failure. As long as the elemental power causes the elemental tide to rise, that's enough. At this point, Eliza paused for a moment. It's obvious that this invasion isn't simple. There must be other demon nobles, representatives in the camp. There are always quite a few demon lords who want to use this opportunity to please the will of the Chaos Abyss. As long as I don't give them my blessing, there will most likely be others who will use this as an excuse to take over. Then just give them your blessing. When they finally lay out their cards with you, just directly give them your blessing. This was different from what we had planned. The Beastman army that didn't fear the cold would doubtlessly become the #1 enemy. However, I had other ideas. Of course, the complete fire god's blessing will be troublesome. But if something goes wrong along the way and the blessing doesn't achieve the desired effect, no one can blame you. Do you understand now? You're as naughty as ever. Right, have you been playing around recently? If you have, be careful of my sudden attacks. After we finished our secret discussion, the rest of the topic was naturally our usual idle chatter. To be honest, if Eliza stayed by my side, I wouldn't know how to deal with her as I had always been single. Chatting like this was more suitable for me. How could that be? It's good enough that I have such luck. You don't know how strange Beifong and the others have been recently. There are more and more gentlemen appearing, and it's impossible to deal with them. Besides, I didn't even know how I felt about her. Lovers, companions, an adopted daughter who I had watched grow up was far more reliable than the previous 2 relationships. At the very least, I knew that every time I thought of that familiar silver hair and pretty face, that rare hint of warmth and sweetness was from longing for her family, and definitely not love for a lover. I also know that Eliza has sacrificed a lot, and I roughly know what she wants by sacrificing so much. But every time I really intend to treat her as a lover, I mysteriously recall her voice and appearance when she was 6 or 7 years old. I'm not a beast, so how could I do it? Perhaps it's because she's too important that I'm hesitating. Sigh. The more I think about it, the messier it gets. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. In any case, since I couldn't figure it out in the past, I won't be able to figure it out in the future. I'll just muddle along like this. I knew that this was an extremely irresponsible ostrich mentality, but my past experience proved that although this method of burying one's head in the ground seemed pathetic, it was indeed effective. After all, not everyone could live as long as me. As long as I could drag it out until the other party died, there would naturally be no more emotional conflicts. However, even if I want to be a bulldozer scum, I have to meet certain conditions. In my first life, I died too early. In my second life, right after I discovered something, a war broke out, and I died a pitiful death. In my third life, I transformed myself into a lich for revenge. Sometimes, when I look at the men and women who appear on Valentine's Day, I feel like I've mysteriously lost. I want to shout the FFF group slogan and throw a fireball at them. However, sometimes I would think a little more. If it wasn't for the fact that my heart was filled with revenge and the pursuit of power all those years ago, perhaps I would have already met a suitable person and established a real family. Perhaps I would even have children and grandchildren by now. I wouldn't have to wait until I was over 300 years old before my adopted daughter, Great Fog, who took pity on me, started messily falling in love with me. The most ridiculous part was that I didn't even know what love was, yet I mysteriously had children and grandchildren. Perhaps it was precisely because Eliza understood me that she played such tricks on me, giving me no chance to refuse her at all. Instead, I ended up owing her so many favors, which led to the current reality. Although she didn't say it out loud, the chaos abyss can't be a good place. Demons are the incarnation of chaos. The demons below them are constantly rebelling, and demons of the same rank devour one another to evolve. The war is endless. I'm afraid that ever since she entered the chaos abyss, the war has never stopped. It must have been hard on her. But Eliza's decision was right. Having a high-level spy on the side of chaos is indeed very advantageous. Just a piece of information at a crucial moment changed the situation of the war. If it was a surprise attack without any warning, we might have been forced into a passive position. This half a month's delay changed the entire situation. I owe her more and more favors, and I can't even return them now. After ending the conversation, I heaved a sigh of relief. Putting aside my personal feelings, the invasion of the Beastmen this time was really difficult to deal with. The first to bear the brunt of the invasion was the Slewer Kingdom. My feelings towards this kingdom were even more complicated. They were known as the legitimate descendants of the Mist. Just this point alone was enough to make one speechless. After all, in my generation, only Cavendish and I were left from the Mist Kingdom's royal family. If that dead father of mine didn't leave behind any illegitimate children, then his legitimate descendants could only be my or Cavendish's descendants. And after Cavendish's reputation was tarnished, this last descendant, although it wasn't explicitly stated, could only be under my banner. History was history, reality was history. But since they admitted that they were the descendants of the Mist Kingdom, then there were some things that were worth pondering. If the Sacred Sword and the Last Prince, who represented the Mist Kingdom's royal authority, returned, then shouldn't the Slewer Kingdom, who admitted that their royal family was the Mist bloodline, return to the banner of the Mist King? Then, should the current king, Pavel III, hand over his crown and settle down as an ordinary feudal lord with nothing to do? Of course, everyone knew that it was impossible. But if I were to really bring the Roland sacred sword to his capital and shout, then no one could guess what would happen. At the very least, following the rise of Donglan and the return of Roland and his knight, the number of Mist citizens moving back from Slewer had never stopped. Thus, they made their decision, and what was placed in front of me was the gift that the other party sent to comfort their ancestors. Sigh, on one hand, they admit that they are the Mist bloodline, and on the other hand, they send assassins to kill me, your ancestor? What a filial descendant. Chapter 145. In the language of the ancients, Halit Dam meant wise one. In ancient times, they had once been a prominent civilization. They were a branch of the ancient humans, but at a certain point in time, they became the mainstream. The Colossus civilization, the age of miraculous creations of gears and steam, the incredible world when everyone was a wise man, their nicknames and praises were numerous. In that distant era, They and their creations had spread all over the world. With their advanced civilization's metals, they conquered the entire world. Their gigantic floating islands and cloud towers made the sky no longer a place of secrets. The gigantic island tortoises that protected them were beautiful underwater cities. The gigantic Titan golems were only the guardians of their homes. Even dragons had to remain humble in front of their wisdom and power. Even today, the winged tribes' floating islands, the Ottoman Empire's floating battleships, and the Swallow Federation's Colossus Legion all had traces of this species. Modern engineering and alchemy all viewed this species as their first ancestor. The ruins of Halat Dam had always been the focus of every country's competition. After all, nobody knew if a newly discovered ruin contained an important technology that was about to change the world. At their peak, they even dared to argue with the gods about truth and reality. Why did such a powerful civilization disappear just like that? This had always been a historical mystery. Every country's literature had research and textual evidence, but when it came to the specific history and reason for their extinction, it was always inexplicably vague. Cataclysm? Alien invasion? The second ice aeon? A destructive virus plague? Version update? None of those. The reason is actually quite simple. They stepped on the line. For some existences, the reason for Halat Dam's extinction wasn't a secret. In fact, it was a warning to them that there were things they could do and things they couldn't even touch or think about. Perhaps you can be as powerful as the gods, but please don't actually step into the gods' domain. At the very least, don't let those guys above you see it. Halat Dam was destroyed by divine punishment. This wasn't a big secret. At the entrance of the spiral tower at Cape Grite, where only the strongest could reach, there was a stone tablet with the highest crime of this race inscribed on it in ancient characters. The immortality of the entire species, the creation of artificial souls, and the creation of life. These were the three forbidden sins hated by the gods. The proud Halat Dam had indeed stepped into the domain of the creator goddesses and thus received divine punishment. But this was doubtlessly only on the surface. What endless reproduction of their species will eventually exhaust all the world's resources. But in the eyes of those with ulterior motives, there was only one crime. They broke the cycle of reincarnation. When the death rate greatly decreased, no new souls entered the river Styx or the heavens pillar. When artificial souls and life creation technology were able to produce new species, the original cycle of reincarnation was naturally broken. Without a doubt, this touched the bottom line of the two sleepers. As such, divine punishment descended, and they were thus wiped out. Everything was just that simple. In order to prevent these techniques from being discovered again, the black tombstone outside the Tower of Babel constantly reminded the mortal powerhouses that there were some things that they absolutely could not touch. Thus, even if someone discovered a shortcut to becoming undying, they definitely wouldn't dare to mass-produce undying beings on a large scale. The second of the three original sins, artificial souls and artificial bodies, had long been lost for many years. Although the Holy Church had executed many people for being heretics, there were still plenty of true heretics. The more forbidden something was, the easier it was to arouse curiosity. The second of the three original sins, artificial souls and artificial bodies, had been lost for many years. Although the Holy Church had executed many people for being heretics, there were still many true heretics. The more forbidden something was, the easier it was to arouse curiosity. Over the years, countless alchemists who challenged the refinement of life had been burned to death. Many of them had even been core members of the Holy Church. After all, immortality was a sweet, irresistible bait. I was probably the last lunatic who had been the closest to the red line. But my goal of achieving immortality was different from the other seniors of the Holy Church, which was why my method was quite different. When Yongyia descends, the living shall leave the stage of history. Only the dead shall exist forever. If a country of the dead was established, and all the living were transformed into the dead, then the cycle of reincarnation would naturally become a joke. This would also be a way of saving the world. Every time I recalled my Chinibu words from back in the day, I felt as if I was seeing that shameful, dark history. I could even inwardly exclaim that I had reined in my horse at the brink of death. If a country of the dead was truly established, that would probably be the time for the gods' punishment to descend. Afterwards, Ale personally confirmed my inference. It was impossible for the gods to simply watch as the world of the dead was established. However, the enemies naturally had their own reasons for opposing my plans. These 3 technologies all had great potential. I had been researching them all this time, and I had long since achieved some results. But I wasn't foolish enough to take out a finished product just to anger the gods. All right, the 7 deadly sins had indeed touched a sensitive nerve of some existences. However, the fact that I hadn't created them on a large scale made them all heave a sigh of relief. It was likely that I was constantly on their watch list. If I didn't start by creating powerful individual creatures, and instead acted like some undead lords and directly created every single member or species of undying, it was likely that trouble from the heavens would directly descend upon me. Of course, I wasn't the only heretic who was courting death like this. I was personally quite skilled in the study of the soul and the structure of the undead. Meanwhile, Amelia's study of the structure of life had already challenged the authority of the true gods to create other gods, and it was quite easy for her to achieve immortality. If it wasn't for the fact that she had always been using plants to conceal her research results, and that she had also subconsciously skipped over the study of the soul, she probably wouldn't have been able to obtain the light of divine punishment. However, some things had always been out of the gods' control. For example, back in the day, not all of Halit Dom's members had died. That's right, Halit Dom still had survivors, and more than one of them. Teacher of Magical Engineering. Timlad was one of the founders of magical engineering in the future. In that period of history, Olivia solved the headache-inducing energy bottleneck problem. This master's most original invention was a control system that allowed ordinary people to use supernatural powers. Theoretically speaking, an ordinary person who hadn't gone through specialized training would be unable to control supernatural powers. In that case, Timlad simply gave the magical engineering machine an independent soul so that it could control the power of the elements. All the warrior needed to do was give the magical engineering machine an order. If Olivia had given the magical engineering machine the blood and nutrients needed for its physical body to function, then what Timlad had given the magical engineering machine was a new physical body and soul. However, many people noticed that although Timlad had gone around in circles and done many things to cover it up, he had stepped into a taboo from the very start. He had reactivated the taboo of artificial souls. Back then, when I learned of Timlad's results, I was shocked as well. After all, I had done some research on artificial souls. I knew that as long as there was a soul involved, the difficulty of research would increase exponentially. In order to achieve results, the researchers would have to abandon their conscience and lower limits. After all, the research material would be inhumane from the very start. I had spent hundreds of years and had countless experimental materials on hand. Yet, the results of my research were still stuck at the level of piecing together old souls to form new souls, using extreme emotions to create twisted yet powerful souls. Yet, Timlad was able to mass-produce brand new artificial souls. The difference in our technology was truly too great. Although I was clearly superior in terms of individual strength, I had lost in terms of theory and technology. This result had shocked me, who had always thought highly of myself. Could it be that the snot-nosed brat was really such a genius? He was actually able to skip the stage of accumulating knowledge and collecting experimental data? Or was he the same as Olivia? Such an astonishing invention was also a miracle created by a spark of chance? Thus, I naturally took a few more glances at little Timlad. I also had many expectations for his future. Only after that did, I realized that I had been wrong from the start. There were some things that couldn't be explained with the words genius and chance. AD 1897, July 7th, Griffin's summer. At the very least, it should still be summer in the Ottoman Empire. The weather in the northern lands is getting colder and colder. It looks like it's going to snow soon. On the drawing booklet for children, the handwriting was extremely mature. However, the words written on it were completely different from the current writing system. It was a special type of writing that was similar to the accumulation of numbers. If one only looked at the words on the booklet, they wouldn't be words at all. Instead, they would be an overlay of irregular images. There were triangles, circles, and even twisted numeric codes. Perhaps to others, it would be a ghostly drawing from a cryptic book. But to little Tim Lad, it was just an everyday language, Halet Demo. Big Sister Dana has been having a good time recently. Her work seems to be going smoothly. The students in school all respect her, and she smiles more every day. Yep, Big Sister's happiness has nothing to do with those male cats in heat. On the contrary, there are flies buzzing in front of her every day. She must be really annoyed. It looks like I'll have to find a chance to teach those perverts who are pestering Big Sister a lesson. In a way, Lady Dana hadn't gotten married yet. She was a burden to this precious little brother of hers. However, the direction of her burden was slightly different from what she had expected. Although those goblins' gadgets aren't mature enough, they have given me many new ideas. XT, 2 should be completed by next week. Then, let's use the bakery owner's son as a blood sacrifice. How dare he pester Big Sister? He even dared to give Big Sister flowers yesterday. Recalling the smile on Big Sister's face when she received the flowers, Tim Lad couldn't help but feel angry. In some aspects, little Tim Lad was more mature than everyone expected. However, in some aspects, he was just like an ordinary orphan who had lost his parents. He had a deep attachment to his big sister who had raised him. This was too easy to understand, too normal. All right, I know that this isn't normal, but I'm just trying to classify him as a normal person, right? Just let me Aku do it. Tim Lad Haku Everlow 17. The first part was the name he was known by in this world. The second part, Haku Everlow, originated from an ancient soul. When God's punishment descended, Halet Dam ushered in the end of his race. However, this artificial soul master was unwilling to die just like that. He hoped to use his knowledge and abilities to avoid the inevitable destruction. He wanted to pass on his race's civilization. A person's personality is nothing more than a soul with memories attached to it. A soul can reincarnate repeatedly. If I give the new soul all of its past memories, wouldn't that be the same as resurrection? In a way, Master Haku had succeeded. Every time his soul reincarnated, a certain device would be activated as his soul grew. Then his memories from his previous life would be restored. But in another way, he had completely failed. Once he entered the cycle of reincarnation, he would truly die. A new soul would be a new life. Even if he read the memories from his previous life, it would be like looking back at someone else's life from a first-person perspective. He had already successfully reincarnated 17 times. Unfortunately, apart from his first life's memories, which were repeatedly filled in by the cycle of reincarnation, the other 16 lives still had to be washed away by the cycle of reincarnation. The memories he left behind were completely negligible. He was still the same old hermit who stayed in the research institute for the rest of his life. In fact, he wasn't even sure how many times he had reincarnated. In fact, he couldn't even be sure that he was the reincarnation of an ancient saint. It was just that the memory transfer device detected a soul with a similar wavelength and activated it 16 times. All right, at least in this way, this little adult's precocious maturity was understandable. He was only able to create mature artificial souls because he activated his previous inheritance. In a way, little Tim Lad was the main character of a popular transmigration novel. Not only did he have an old grandpa with him, both his parents had passed away, he still had an older sister who depended on him, and he was destined to do great things. All right, at least the current little Tim lad didn't think so much. He was just a precocious child. In order to protect his beloved older sister, he was fully immersed in the design of the mechanical marionette named XT2, intending to deal with those annoying flies. My life is fulfilling. It's a good thing that my older sister is happy, but the war is right around the corner, and this city is still so peaceful. Does everyone have so much trust in that Roland? Tim lad couldn't help but shiver when he thought of that man who always had a smile on his face. His racial talent, zero form wisdom eyes, was born with the ability to see through all disguises and see a person's true colors. That day, when he opened the door and saw Roland for the first time, he was almost scared to death. It's too scary. Life and death exist in one body at the same time, and chaos and order have actually transformed into one bloodline. The physical body is already ridiculous enough, but the soul is even more indescribable. Little Tim lad shivered when he thought of that black, skeletal figure. Countless stubborn and persistent soul fragments pieced together to form a normal soul. The divine might of the black skeletal figure pointed to the legendary Lord Yongya. How could such an evil existence be the legendary hero of this country? Little Tim lad was among the last group of people to move. No one expected that Tim lad, who had memories from 2 lives, would be the first person to recognize the Lord Yongya. Sigh, let's just take it one step at a time. At least our current life is pretty good. But if war breaks out, I really don't know why they're so confident. Is that Roland really that trustworthy? The news from Roland, who was on a diplomatic trip, had already spread. The Beastman army is about to launch a winter offensive, and the Slewer kingdom will be attacked had already spread throughout the streets. This news would undoubtedly make the already difficult winter even more difficult to endure. The Beastmen's winter offensive was beyond common sense, and it lacked conviction. Furthermore, the Mist Kingdom's attack that was restricted by the terrain of the Highlands was treated as a joke by many nobles in the northern lands. As the person involved, Slewer didn't take the messenger sent by the Mist Kingdom as good intentions. The news that he had chased the messenger out of the Mist Kingdom had already spread. Amidst all the mockery, the Mist Kingdom's trust in their lord was incomprehensible. Even though the Beastman army would only arrive next year, the Mist Kingdom had already treated it as a fact that they would attack within the year, and their army was preparing for war. On the other hand, the shadow of war was right before them. The armies of the various countries in Donglan were preparing for war. Not only were the citizens not panicking, they were living their lives leisurely. There was even a grand festival being held today. Torch Festival? What a strange name. Opening the window, I saw that the square was already filled with people watching the parade. It was said that this festival was a traditional festival of the underground world's Sulphur Mountain City. Every evening, young unmarried men and women would put on black robes that covered their faces, along with the FFF war flag and iron chains. They would patrol the streets in search of their prey. Yes, prey. Yes, prey. The prey of these FFF members were young couples who were making out in public. On this long night, as long as they saw an intimate couple, the black-robed FFF hunters would capture them and tie the male to a stake. Of course, it was just a parade. The other FFF members and passers-by could throw food at him. This was a blessing to the couple, as well as the hope for the next year's harvest. It was the same as a harvest festival. Carrying torches and stakes on a parade was actually the same as a parade of floats. It was completely in line with the customs of the various regions. It was said that this festival was started by Lord Wumians, and the hunter who caught the most prey would receive official rewards and rewards. There was also an urban legend that the hunter who won would be known as the Love Hunter. He would quickly receive the love that he had been dreaming of. On the other hand, there was another urban legend. The couple who survived the encirclement of the FFF members would receive the blessing of the god of love, and they would be together forever. Of course, in the eyes of most people, these legends weren't very reliable. According to those fellows in Sulphur Mountain City, the love hunter every year was either Adam or Womians himself. They had never been able to get rid of their single status because of this. However, the romantic blessing of the god of love moved the hearts of countless young ladies. Quite a few young men also seized this opportunity to gather their courage to chase after their lover. It is just a game, who knows, we might be able to survive to the end. If I survive to the end, can you listen to my inner thoughts? I am just listening. I don't need you to answer me. I am already satisfied that you are willing to listen to me. All right. Escaping from being ambushed was undoubtedly a way to increase the chances of one confessing during the chaos. If one were to successfully escape to the end, from a certain perspective, it would be considered as a success in picking up a girl. In the end, a certain someone was greatly disappointed, using his words, "On this holy barbecue day, there are actually so many couples who become lovers so quickly? Is the villainous heavens really dead? These heretics, they must be judged by holy flames. They are such an eyesore. Next month is the month of disciplinary inspections. Those who dare to be intimate on the streets will all be fined." All right, as usual, Womian's madness was stopped by the 4 heavenly kings and his external conscience, Eliza. However, this interesting festival was loved and sought after by countless young men and women. With Princess Renee's permission, this year's event in Definder even had an official background, and the scale of the event was greatly increased. Little Timlad looked out from the window. A large number of black-robed men were either waving their scythes or torches, or stretching their muscles in preparation for hunting. On the other side of the square, many young men and women were eager to give it a try. Damned, adulterous couple! To actually be intimate in front of this old man, this is so against the customs. Some spirits could be conveyed without words. Looking at these happy men and women, regardless of their age or gender, the new generation of FFF members had already raised the torches in their hearts. Burn, burn, burn. Even without any instructions, the angry roars from the bottom of their hearts were connected together, and the resentment contained within them was enough to move the heavens and earth. Of course, in this situation, there were also all sorts of bystanders. The lazy Adam was able to gain Marguerite's favor. That's the magic of this festival. Since you're single, don't you want to have a go? Perhaps you'll be able to reap half of your future because of this. This was a slogan personally written by a certain prince, and below the slogan was the rental stall of his undead knights once a year. Rental torches, whips, stakes, scythes, lassos, and other common tools. 3 copper coins per day for each. Glue, ink eggs, and stink bombs for 1 copper coin each. In order to reward new and old customers, as long as you spend more than 10 copper coins in this shop, the FFF uniform and battle flag will be free. What a great FFF guild! Looking at the excited young men and women, Timlad shook his head. This world was obviously too far away from him. Just as he was about to close the door and study it carefully, he suddenly remembered something. Sister Dana should have gotten off work long ago. Why isn't she back yet? Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Timlad, who had turned pale with fright, took out a small device and hurriedly looked at it. This was a miniature GPS device, and at this moment, the bright spot at the core was pointing at the square in front of him. After a moment of silence, Timlad walked to the wardrobe that was even taller than him and lightly tapped on it. The door of the wardrobe moved even though there was no wind. It was a black robe that Timlad originally wore when he joined the choir. Timlad, who didn't like singing, didn't like this robe at first. But now, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Yep, it's you. But looking at the black robe, Timlad felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, he directly used a red pen to draw 3 letters on his vest, FFF. Burn them. His childish vow was filled with the determination to kill, and the countless revived bodies in the room and the artificial eyes that were flashing with red and green light proved that he had the ability to fulfill his vow. Chapter 146. The Ace Student's Glasses. This is a pair of ordinary silver-rimmed glasses, but wearing it will make you look smarter. Well, it just looks like it. Let me tell you, this is a special flat mirror used to blind the opponent with Brainiac Flash. Brainiac's decayed tooth. It's this tooth. Sob, sob, sob. It almost killed me. Brainiac's false teeth. My false teeth are coated with poison. Don't make me bite you. Lick. Ah, it's poisonous. When you gather and equip the A student's glasses, A student's decayed teeth, and A student's fake teeth, you will obtain the special effect of disguising as an A student. Your ability to complain will increase by 30%, your moral integrity will decrease by 30%, and your cuteness will increase by 30%. System, I didn't take any medicine today, but I still feel cute. Where should I start my rant? How did he become a slacker with 3 pieces of top student equipment? Or should he start with how to equip these 2 teeth? Those poisonous fangs should have died the moment they entered their mouths. Also, what kind of messed up ability was that? What was that cute power? Do I still need the ability to retort and moral integrity? My moral integrity has long since lost its limit. I gave up on treatment a long time ago. There's so much bad stuff that I can't even spit it out. Every time I saw these terrible prizes, it would arouse my desire to complain. At this moment, after a series of complaints, I looked at the interface in front of me while panting and staring at it. Kill you with my eyes. Kill you with my eyes. Fine, I know it sounds stupid, but for an existence that you can't touch but keeps tricking you, what else can you do besides kill with your eyes? Perhaps it was because he had expended too much energy during the reconstruction of his physical body, but the lottery system had become more and more unreliable recently. The items that he had drawn recently were all existences that made him speechless. The wordless heavenly tome contains the supreme heavenly Tao. All right, I don't know about the Book of Heaven, but this book really doesn't have a single word. How am I supposed to read it? Blah, 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 blah. Xiaomaxian transforms into a wand. I ate a lot of medicine today. While singing On Behalf of the Moon punishes you with the dance moves and transforming. There will be additional bonuses to your strength. It's pink. All right, the rest need not be said. After drawing this non-mainstream magic wand, I immediately walked to the windowsill, opened the window, and threw it out. Who would say such a shameful line? Rest in peace. Holy sword. Old scoundrel Fu Jian must die. The newest favorite of the one-hit kill must die Holy Sword series. It is the product of the resentment of the readers and editors. It has the special effect of one-hit kill, against those who drag out their manuscripts and those who go out to collect materials. It will be especially interesting when used together with the one above. All right, aside from those strange and obvious pranks, the system did indeed give him some good stuff. Dongfeng Type 41 Strategic Nuclear Bomb. Don't say that the system doesn't give you good stuff. As long as you dare to use it, and are able to use it, this thing will definitely be awesome. When I saw this thing, I was really scared. But when I looked at the manual that came with it, I knew that I had been tricked again. You want a special launcher? This could still be thought of a solution. What if the password was wrong and the system was locked? Where am I supposed to find the launch password? Could it be that they could only pry it open for research? But if it exploded, would you be able to provide insurance? Also, what does the magical fantasy world mean by giving me a nuclear bomb? Can you give me something more normal, like the incantation of a powerful forbidden spell? The system was really daring. The next time I tried, I got the powerful otherworld incantation. Dragon slaying slash. Something darker than the dusk, something redder than blood, appear in the river of time. When that familiar incantation from my childhood appeared in front of me, my entire body trembled in excitement. Oh, a super forbidden spell that can borrow the power of an otherworld demon king just by chanting the incantation? A powerful forbidden spell that only requires a small amount of magic power to cause great destruction? That's great. Thus, I found a place where there was no one around and began my own experiment. I failed. There was a problem with the incantation. No, there was no fake product from the system. I succeeded. The incantation was truly effective. My connection with the Otherworld Demon King was also successfully activated. Welcome to the power of Otherworld Demon King summoning system. The Demon King you have called is not in the service area. The system is busy. Please try again later. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Thank you for your support of this incantation system. All right, the Demon King was very busy. He wasn't in the service area. I could understand that this incantation system was a patent of a certain world. It was normal for me to be unable to connect. But what did the next reply mean? Please rate the quality of the service later. Are you satisfied or extremely satisfied? Of course, extremely satisfied is also fine. Facing such a user service of dear user, I am your father. Use it if you like. What else could I do? I cut off the connection and stared at the sky, speechlessly. Actually, this wasn't the worst of it. There was a year in the past when I consecutively drew a bunch of legendary rank treasures. Looking at the pile of orange legendary rank treasures, I was almost overjoyed. 1-star beads, 2-star beads, 7-star beads. After gathering all 7 Dragon Balls, can I really fulfill all my wishes? Back then, I wasn't scammed so badly. After drawing 6 7-star beads in a row and receiving the system's guarantee of the effectiveness of the 7-star beads, I was filled with anticipation to obtain the last Dragon Ball. I even started to plan on how to use that wish and how to obtain the greatest benefits. I even wrote a notebook full of plans. But it was a pity that after a year or so, I still didn't manage to draw the last Dragon Ball even after drawing more than a dozen lottery chances. In the end, I could only let out a helpless roar. You're basically scamming me. This isn't the lottery for those ridiculous domestic online games, right? There's only lottery but no prize. The karma involved in the 4-star Dragon Ball is too strong. I can arrange a challenge mission. As long as you defeat its guardian, it will be yours. I had read the national manga Dragon Ball back then. Then, the owner of the 4-star Dragon Ball? Isn't it the main character of the manga, Sun Wukong? Challenge Sun Wukong? Thinking of those ridiculously strong people in the manga who could destroy planets and universes at the slightest provocation, I shivered. But then, I remembered that at the beginning, when the manga's plot was still normal, Dragon Ball had already appeared. Maybe I wasn't going to face such a ridiculously strong existence, and there was still a possibility of trying. Is it Goku at the beginning? It can't be the Super Saiyan that destroyed planets with a shockwave, right? Why aren't you replying? Could it be the even more ridiculous Super 3? Relax, it's not Super 3, it's Super 33, Super Saiyan 3-3. Don't fool me. I've also read that manga. How could there be a Super Saiyan 33 in that world? Cough. I already said that it's a parallel universe. That world's Dragon Ball was too popular, so the editor didn't allow it to finish. So it dragged on from Super 3 to Super 33. Sigh, you don't even know what the power system was like at the end. In the beginning, it destroyed worlds and planets, and in the end, it directly destroyed galaxies and multiverse. In my opinion, let alone Super 33. As long as that universe isn't destroyed, it's even possible to surpass 333. All right, there's no need to say anything else. The first generation of Super Saiyan can instantly kill me. If there really is a 33, then wouldn't it be like punching the Nanshan nursing home and kicking the Beihai kindergarten? I didn't want to die so miserably, so I directly rejected the system's good intentions. Later, as time went on, the number of times I was tricked increased. I more or less figured out a pattern. It wasn't that the system wholeheartedly tricked me, but that its ability itself had a limit. Distorting the future meant that it had to bear the corresponding karma, and the law of how much I gave in return would still be obeyed. Thus, the beautiful dream of drawing an extremely powerful treasure with only a small amount of points was basically shattered. So for a relatively long period of time, I concentrated on drawing the godly arts and secrets option. Godly weapons, otherworld treasures, and the like weren't within the scope of my consideration. If I obtain power from otherworld knowledge and change the future, it'll be my own doing, and it'll have nothing to do with the system. The system only needs to bear a small portion of the karma. This is basically an obvious loophole that the system intentionally left behind. Who else would I choose if not you? That was why I obtained many things that made me speechless when I drew the godly arts and secrets, such as the wordless heavenly book, dragon-slaying incantation, and so on. Also, the 9 manual, sunflower manual, Q-trap manual, PS beauty creation manual, and so on were all real, but I had no idea what they were used for. Fine, let's forget about the above. At the very least, the research notes of the mages from another world were indeed good items, and I obtained many benefits from them. At the very least, they were far more useful than those completely unreliable otherworld treasures. As for why I had been using all my chances to draw the otherworld treasures, it was because I wanted to draw the spring of a drowned man as compensation for the unlucky Kolos. Unfortunately, even though I had obtained all the top students on the wheel, there was still no sign of me obtaining the spring of a drowned man. Forget it. I need to open treasure chests appropriately. Just because I'm ugly and unlucky, I shouldn't think that I'm the main character. This time I should change my luck and draw something like the godly arts and secrets. This time when I put in my fate points, the wheel came to a stop and I saw the secrets that jumped out. I couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was a hardcover game walkthrough. On the cover was a roaring Beastman army and countless Beastman heroes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Quick Reputation Building Guide on the Beastman Highlands. Compilation of data on the top 100 tribes. System notification. Not only are there special troop types and basic military strength of each tribe, it also tells you the preferences of each tribe's tribe leader and hero. If you still can't win, bring your head to me. System. Can you not be so obvious when you cheat? But this time you did a good job. I like it. 32 likes. The so-called Prince Roland recommended by the Donlon Principality is fake. He isn't some awakened Prince Roland who has returned to Valkyrie. He is just a sign that Donlon is using to stabilize the hearts of the people. When I heard that the Slewer Kingdom had sent out a notice to the various countries and churches of the various gods, I wasn't surprised at all. This was completely within my expectations. However, I was still amused by it. Fummelcasso? Since he was willing to send an assassin to kill me for the sake of power and position, then what does it matter if he lies and denies his ancestors? If the Slewer Kingdom denied my identity in order to stabilize its rightful position, it was still understandable. However, the next notice that he sent out was obviously courting death. Camo's Tier Fortress is peaceful. Our kingdom has just signed a peace treaty with the various Beastman tribes. The fake Roland spreading rumors of the Beastman invasion is the best evidence of his schemes. He is trying to sow discord between us and our Beastman friends. From a certain perspective, the Slewer Kingdom was indeed the successor of the Mist Kingdom. However, they denied the way the Mist Kingdom was established. Not only did they take the initiative to get closer to the various human kingdoms, they also used diplomatic methods to bribe and make peace with the neighboring Beastman tribes. I have to say, from a certain perspective, they were doing quite well. The reputation of the Slewer Kingdom in the human world was much better than that of the Donlon Principality and the Mist Kingdom, considering that the Camo's Tier Fortress was indeed difficult to take down. The tribe leaders who received a large amount of wealth turned their attention to the other human kingdoms. The country had already had more than 20 years of peace, and there weren't many wars in its history. To the Beastman tribes, as long as they could open up a path back to their homeland, it didn't matter who they robbed. Anyway, it was different from the past Mist Kingdom. There was more than one human kingdom that bordered the Beastmen. Since the Slewer Kingdom used both the carrot and the stick, then they should find another pushover to bully. The other kingdom that bore the brunt of the pressure from the beastmen, the Kisomi dukedom, was quite resentful towards this method of shifting the disaster to the beastmen. However, this was what they were doing, so they had no choice but to bear with it. Yes, the Kisomi dukedom was originally a nail inserted to deal with the pressure from the beastmen. After the fall of the Mist Kingdom, the true cruel war between the humans and the beastmen was shouldered by the Kisomi dukedom. The motive of the beastmen's invasion to the south was very simple. In the short term, it was to hunt for resources. In the long term, or rather, there was only one goal: to take back the Bayanlia Plains, the birthplace of the beastmen. The Bayanlia Plains was not the beastmen's territory. It was the territory and granary of the human superpower, the San Antonio Empire. And the Kisomi dukedom was a vassal state of the San Antonio Empire. It was said that the king of the Kisomi dukedom was also a great noble of the San Antonio Empire. Even the strongest military forces of the country were original products of the San Antonio Empire. Every year there would be many young generals showing their talents, and most of them were from San Antonio. There was also a small story about lifting a rock and dropping it on one's own feet. After a long period of time, when the Beastmen occupied the territory of the original Mist Kingdom, the Beastmen who had a high reproduction rate never gave up on the dream of returning to their birthplace. Large-scale invasions and small-scale invasions were very annoying. Many troubled countries finally began to miss the smelly and tough barbarian kingdom. 30 to 40 wolf riders may not be worth mentioning on the battlefield, but once they enter the hinterland of our plains, they can create countless bloodshed. Those crazily proliferating beastmen, like cockroaches, can't be completely killed. We need a barrier. And so, under the operation of several superpower empires, the Kisomi dukedom was formed. The history of this country was not long, less than 200 years. After it was founded, it was like a nail nailed to the entrance of the beastmen into the human world. Large amounts of resources and talents were constantly sent from the hinterland of the humans, forcefully blocking the beastmen on the plateau. The Kisomi dukedom and the Sluer kingdom, the super fortress cities Hailu's fortress and Kumo's Tyr fortress, after the fall of the Mist Kingdom, became the choke point for the human countries to guard the beastmen's invasion route. Relying on the unique geographical advantage of the fortress cities and the support of countless human countries, in these 200 years, they had defeated the beastmen countless times. Kumo's Tyr fortress was named after the place where the previous chief Kumo died in battle, but this time the situation was a little different. Urgent report. War has broken out. The beastman army ambushed Sluer, bypassing Kumo's Tyr fortress. For medium-sized cities were massacred. Sluer is in emergency. Chapter 147. In the eyes of most humans, the Orc Highlands was a barren land of magic. However, to the defending army of the Northern Lands, this statement was obviously far from the truth. In their eyes, the Orc Shaman and Witch Doctor were the most troublesome spellcasters. The former were adept at communicating with the elemental spirits, triggering various natural phenomena to launch powerful attacks, or providing support to their companions. Their magic consumption was low, and the effects were obvious. In some aspects, their attack power was not inferior to that of a mage. In terms of supportability, they were not inferior to a priest or a holy knight. Furthermore, as the shaman was adept at cooperating with their companions, they had a unique advantage in guiding strategic magic. That earthquake spell was basically the orcs' only ultimate weapon when attacking a city. But on the other hand, as a huge threat and did not have as many life-saving spells as a mage, if a shaman were to be caught by a strong melee combatant, we can give him 10 seconds to beg for the protection of Mother Earth, 5 seconds to pull out his weapon, 3 seconds to pointlessly resist or chant an incantation, and the last second to end him. Every minute, there are 14 shamans being killed. Please do not kill shamans recklessly, and support the shaman's Earth Drift spell, Random Teleportation, Instantaneous Casting Act, and support the abolition of the shaman profession. Shaman, self-help foundation. Not mentioning the obvious weakness of individual combat power and the messy criticism, the shaman being able to be the first target in a battle proved that he had powerful support and long-range attack abilities. These just happened to be what the orc race, which was good at melee combat, lacked. If the shaman was the best combination for the orc warriors on the battlefield, then the witch doctor would be the strongest support profession. They were adept at concocting poisons and antidotes. They were adept at all kinds of curses and sorcery, but they were also adept at dispelling curses and healing the wounded. Although their treatment methods were somewhat ridiculous, after all, regardless of whether it was a cold or a headache, they were all treated with bloodletting, which was really horrifying. Although most of the medicinal ingredients that they concocted were unknown to them, most of them were dried lizard powder, pitch-black grass roots, and other unexplainable materials. But in the highlands, where there was a lack of medicine, they had indeed saved many lives. The losers had already died. Naturally, the dead could not complain. Spellcasters were always scarce, and it was even more so in the orc tribes. For the beastmen, who were good at producing muscular warriors, it was difficult to find a beast man with a good mind, not to mention that they needed talent in casting spells. In every tribe, these two spellcasting professions were extremely rare and precious. Shamans and witch doctors had high statuses in the beastmen tribes, and there were many who held the position of chieftain. But now the precious shamans and witch doctors had become handymen, checking up and down the altar, and the angry onlookers even started to whip them. Damn it, we were already so careful. How could there still be a problem? Emont Bloody Axe of the Blood Axe tribe had a pale face. The sacrificial ceremony was hosted by his tribe, and most of the elite shamans and witch doctors of the Blood Axe tribe had been involved in it, and countless sacrifices had been used. However, the result was still the same, which was really frustrating. Did he fail? No, that wasn't it either. At the very least, the orange-red brilliance around the warriors that brought warmth to the flames was proof of that. Did he succeed? Of course not. The tightened brows and troubled expressions of the various chieftains explained everything. At the very least, the results were far from what they had expected. My lord, the results are out. The blessing should be considered a success. It is indeed able to resist the cold, but even though the old shaman reported as such, no one relaxed because of it. That was because, at the crucial moment of the ceremony, the glorious flames were suddenly interrupted, and the demon lord's angry rebuke echoed in everyone's ears. You actually dared to use such filthy sacrifices to obtain my blessing. You actually dared to place false souls on my altar. You are blaspheming and challenging my dignity. I curse you all for your imminent destruction. You actually dared to deceive the demon lord. Realizing that there was a problem with the sacrifices she had provided, the furious demon Marchioness immediately unleashed her wrath. The massive flames transformed into a giant flaming statue wielding an angry halberd, bringing destruction to the camp. The open demon gate further indicated that the demon army was about to arrive. Fortunately, the old shaman who presided over the ceremony cut off the connection with the demon abyss in time, allowing the demon Marchioness flame incarnation to return to the elements and shut down the dimensional door. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of the blessing failing. The entire camp might even be destroyed by the enraged demon Marchioness. To think that the ceremony didn't fail under such circumstances, the various chieftains revealed surprised expressions. The blessing didn't fail? Emont was even more surprised. He knew that Eliza wasn't easy to deal with, and he was already mentally prepared for failure. The effects of the blessing aren't complete. It can probably only resist the cold for a short period of time. Judging from the rate at which the elements are fading, I'm afraid that the blessing will fade in at most 30 days. Hearing that, all the chiefs breathed a sigh of relief. When the ceremony failed, everyone was prepared for the worst. Although the blessing that was expected to last for 3 months was reduced to less than a month, It was still much better than the worst-case scenario that they had originally expected. Have you investigated the matter regarding the sacrifices? Which tribe dared to cheat at such a crucial moment? I'm going to hang their chieftain's head on the flagpole as a sacrifice to the flag." Aemont was furious. He almost missed such a rare opportunity, and even offended a demon lord. There would be trouble in the future. Demon lords were famous for their service. It would be rare if they didn't look for trouble. If they wanted their help, other than serving them well, they would also have to pay an expensive appearance fee. The strongest currency in the lower plane was the souls that originated from the upper plane. In order to please the flame sea marchioness, the sacrifices this time were the best slaves of the various tribes. The ceremony wouldn't fail for no reason. Demon lords were famous for being temperamental, but they disdained lying and deceiving. They would make a move if they didn't like someone. They would snatch whatever treasure they wanted. Since the demon lord was dissatisfied with the sacrifices, it was most likely that there was something wrong with the sacrifices. The old shaman of the turtle tribe, was hesitant. However, when he saw the doubtful gazes of the chieftains, he knew that he had to say it. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and speak. "The sacrifices have all been consumed, but the blessing wasn't complete. If it wasn't for the insufficient amount of souls in the sacrifices, we wouldn't be able to explain the partial loss of power. The sacrifices are gone, so there's no way to investigate. However, judging from the time when Lady Eliza started to get angry, it was the time when the sacrifices of the Blood Axe tribe were being sacrificed." Immediately, Aemont, who was questioning the shaman furiously, became speechless. Something actually happened to his tribe? The surrounding chieftains looked at Aemont with unfriendly gazes. They also remembered that the direction of the roar of the flame giant statue was coming from the encampment of the Blood Axe tribe. Yet Aemont said it so confidently. Wasn't this a typical case of a thief crying thief? Unknowingly, the seeds of discord had already been planted. The alliance between the tribes was mostly based on prestige, and the successive defeats were undoubtedly the greatest blow to Aemont's prestige. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, Aemont was already beginning to lose his position as the great chieftain, which allowed him to command hundreds of people at his beck and call. For the time being, let's not talk about the seemingly peaceful chieftains. In fact, after the temporary interruption of the sacrifice, a certain will had already descended. The actual sacrifices had been embezzled and used for other purposes. At this time, the altar was already in chaos. In the midst of the sacrifices, a fiery red shadow was walking from illusion to reality. She smelled the cold air that was finally devoid of the smell of sulfur. A familiar smile appeared on her pretty face. Just like the incarnation of Lady Storm in the City of Rain, the silver-haired demoness had secretly descended into the mortal world in the form of an incarnation. "Master, did you miss me? Are you ready to welcome me?" I said I would launch a surprise attack. In an era where large-scale aerial battles were not yet possible, the most important factor in a land battle was the advantage of terrain. Como's Tier, rebuilt from the original site of the Mist Country's West Steel Fortress. This superfortress was surrounded by danger on both sides. The thick and heavy walls were actually covered with expensive magic alloys. The moat was filled with specially made unfreezing oil. As long as it was ignited, the sea of fire would burn for more than 2 months before the reserves of oil in the fortress's canals ran out. 1/3 of Sluir's military strength was gathered in the city. More than 40% of the spellcasters were released. There were 9 large-scale mage towers and more than 30 medium-sized mage towers. The heavy cannons and fire ballistae on the wall near the Beastman's Gorge were so numerous that it would cause people to have trypophobia. After more than 200 years of painstaking construction, it had become one of the few fortified cities in the continent. As an impregnable fortress, it had firmly locked down the pass for several hundred years. It was said that its construction had even received the support of the various countries in the north and the human superpowers. Ever since it was built, the walls that even giants were unable to scale became a huge threat to the Beastmen Plateau. The Beastmen, who lacked siege equipment, were indeed helpless against it. It was simply a dream to think that they could take down a fortress of this scale with just a few flying tribes and aerial cavalry. Even the previous great chieftain of the Beastmen Alliance had died under the walls. But if I had to say, this was a wrong decision from the very start. Is there any fortress in this world that is impregnable? Even if you can defend against conventional troops, can you defend against the assassinations of top-notch experts and the bombardment of forbidden spells? Putting all your resources in one basket is a wrong decision. Even if your fortress is impregnable, I can just go around you. Even if there isn't a ready-made path, isn't it enough to just open up a new path? Back on Earth, the Magina defense line had already proven just how foolish this immovable and fixed defense line was. But in this world, the military academies in the continent still viewed fortress defense as a classic and conventional battle tactic. Sluware was also a practitioner and beneficiary of the fortress doctrine. And after this lesson, it was likely that all the military academies would treat this battle as an important case study, a case study on the foolishness of being overly superstitious about fortified fortresses. This time, the trade and exchange agreement that Sluware had just signed less than a month ago was instantly torn apart. The Beastmen came without any warning and were abnormally fierce. The Earth Elemental God Unbroken was much more low-key than his colleagues. He only used a local high-intensity earthquake to change the terrain, creating a long and narrow exit in the highlands. This caused the fortified fortress to become the eyes of the subterranean dwellers, a mere decoration. The Beastman army directly charged into the heart of the Sluware kingdom and then split into 4 groups to attack the various cities. The Blood Axe tribe led nearly half of their tribe to attack the capital of the Sluware kingdom, Antun. In order to create more chaos and restrain the armies of the various domain lords, more than 100 groups of wolf riders began to ambush them. In a situation where everyone was in danger, the various domain lords naturally gathered their troops to protect themselves. Less than a month after the start of the war, Antun was already in dire straits. Sluware's demise was faster than anyone expected, but at this moment I felt rather helpless. It wasn't that I didn't want to do anything. It was just that the first snow after returning to the Donglan Principality had arrived. Even though I had expected it, it still came at the wrong time. At this moment, there were too many things that needed to be done. Without a doubt, it was the worst time for snow to fall. The winter in the northern lands was unusually fierce. The heavy snow outside the window had already covered the entire Definder. If one stepped on the snow would be half a meter deep. There weren't many pedestrians on the streets. Going out in this kind of weather was practically a disaster, not to mention marching. The horses would sink into the snow the moment they stepped out of the house. The rapid loss of temperature would cause precious war horses to die mysteriously. According to the unspoken rules that gradually formed in the northern lands, when a country was attacked by the Beastmen or other foreign races, the other countries would provide some aid, be it material support or simply sending troops to aid. In the past, the country that enjoyed this kind of treatment was the Kisomi Dukedom, but this year it was undoubtedly Sluware. But it was a pity that this heavy snow that affected most of the northern lands countries changed everything. The material couldn't be delivered, the reinforcements were stuck on the road, and the Beastmen were attacking the cities in the snow. This was a situation that made people feel hopeless. The cruel natural environment was fair to the enemy. In previous years, the day when the snow sealed the mountains was also the day of truce. After all, to the warriors, dying on the battlefield was a long-cherished wish. To freeze to death on the battlefield was already a grievance. This kind of meaningless death always made people want to curse the family of the commander. But fortunately, as the fire god's blessing faded earlier, the Beastmen were forced to start shrinking their territory. They used the cities that they had conquered as their base, slowing down the speed of their attack. In fact, even without Eliza's fire god's blessing, the war would have broken out much earlier. On the other hand, when Eliza's name was repeatedly scolded by the higher-ups of the Beastmen, Almont and his Blood Axe tribe also suffered from the accumulated hatred and anger. While their reputation plummeted, they began to be marginalized by the main forces of the Allied forces. From a certain point of view, the Beastmen's Allied forces split into 4. This was a strategic consideration, but it also showed that Almont, who didn't have enough prestige to begin with, was unable to control the situation. At this moment, the other 3 tribe leaders all had tribes supporting them. Who would become the future Beastman King would depend on the results of this war. Everyone knew that the war couldn't wait until next spring. The human countries couldn't just watch as Antoon fell and Sluwer perished just like that. When the snow stopped, as long as the army could be mobilized, it would be the start of the war. As the war would start in the cold winter of the northern lands, and it was a war that involved the survival of the entire race. This war would definitely be exceptionally cruel. There would be many non-combat casualties. At this moment, I was also busy with military affairs. Has Hoyle's news arrived? How's the progress of the mine exploration? Every single Grey Dwarf was born to be a good miner. Their natural talents were the ability to move underground and their perception of gems. Hoyle, who was a Grand Master blacksmith among the Grey Dwarves, had an incomparable sensitivity to minerals. Regardless of whether it was foreign trade or domestic military use, the newly born Donglan's demand for minerals was endless, especially when many of the newly established armies were still using wooden training weapons to make up the numbers. A large number of military weapons would be the foundation of Donglan's rise, and the weapons had to start from the mines. This was basically the lifeline of Donglan's future. Even now, when the war had broken out, I still treated it as my top priority. When I returned to Definder in advance, due to the war, I sent Hoyle and the other Grey Dwarf blacksmiths to the barbarians' territory to explore the mines. If even he couldn't find a mine, then there was no hope for the human miners. Good news! That mountain range is indeed a rich mine. We have already found 2 mines of fine iron, 1 mine of magic iron, and 2 mines of gems. However, if we want to mine them, it won't be a problem that can be solved in a short period of time. Lord Hoyle has requested for the help of heavy machinery and spellcasters. He even specifically requested for the BR brothers to help him. Blow up the mines? That seems to be the only method that will be effective in a short period of time. All right, send the BR brothers to help him, but tell him to be careful and not to get into conflict with the local barbarians. They're all stubborn, and offending them once is the same as offending them for life. Yes, Your Highness, we'll pass on your message. In that case, the next important task is regarding the new army's designation and flag. The various assistants went back and forth to search. The accumulated military affairs had already crushed their desks, and countless troubles appeared one after another. Even though I didn't have any intention of interfering with government affairs, just the military affairs alone were enough to give me a headache. Every time this happened, I would miss Eliza immensely. After all, everyone else could only play a supporting role. But Eliza, who I had raised up by myself, had the ability to deal with things that were in no way inferior to my own. She could easily toss all the troubles to her and slack off. All right then, Eliza was still in the chaos abyss, so there was no point in thinking about such things. Let's first focus on the troublesome matter before us. Antoon's situation isn't good. It's likely that the city will fall at any moment. After all, they were all from the same origin. Even though he was filled with dissatisfaction and displeasure at the mention of that country in the past, upon seeing it fall, this young assistant felt uneasy. I nodded my head, indicating that I understood, but I fell into deep thought. Saving them was a must. Even though I was dissatisfied with their royalty, I couldn't bear to watch as the missed citizens of the same origin were slaughtered. Furthermore, if Sluwer were to fall, the next one to be embroiled in the war would most likely be Donglan, and Donglan clearly wasn't prepared for an all-out war. Even though I had to save them, I had to pay attention to the method of doing so. I had to be of use in order to gain some face among the other countries and win the initiative in the future diplomacy of the northern lands. At the same time, I couldn't just swallow my own pride and shake the already limited resources of Donglan. After a long while, I finally came to a decision. Send a letter to Antun. As a neutral country, if Donglan wishes to participate in the war, we have to come up with a sufficient reason for them to take the initiative and publicly request for reinforcements. Right? We also have to submit an application to the churches of the gods. An application for us to send troops to help them defend against the invasion. Only then will Lord Wumians acknowledge the necessity and justice of this war, and only then will we send troops. Didn't you say that I was a fake not long ago? You accused Donglan of lying and even announced it to all the kingdoms and churches. Let's see how you will slap your own face till it's swollen, and make the first part public, so that the other countries can understand the new system of Donglan. As for the latter part, just throw it to that Fumilcasso, His Majesty the King. Since you want me to save your life, then lower your head and reflect on your actions. First, take back what you spat out. Swallow it all yourself. I wasn't worried at all that Fumil wouldn't lower his head. After all, Antun's current situation was already quite dire. In the face of life and death, many people would become much more honest. Humph, what an exquisite irony. Just a moment ago they said that I was a fake, and now they actually turned around and asked for reinforcements from a fake. In the end, the ones who would come to save me would most likely be the demon army that they were talking about. Thinking about it for a moment, under the current circumstances, the most suitable main force for reinforcements would still be my undead army that didn't fear the cold. In the previous announcement, those fellows directly referred to me as the demon army. They didn't even try to hide the helplessness and disdain in their words. We can't waste such a good opportunity for a winter hunt. We can use it to train our troops. Every night, bring along 2 retainers. Get those lads to prepare themselves. We'll set off once the snow stops. Chapter 148. Anwen Village was just a small village that was slightly famous for its delicacy, the silver-smoked fish. There were countless villages like this in Sluir. At this time, the snowflakes were slowly falling, and the originally peaceful village was no longer as peaceful as before. The fence that could only be used to block wild beasts could not stop the real beasts. Taking advantage of the midnight, the gray wolf riders entered the camp, and a feast of slaughter unfolded in the small village. The guards and night watchmen of the town were wiped out immediately, under the surprise attack of the well-trained wolf riders. The militia that had at most challenged the ogres did not even have the chance to sound the alarm. At 2 a.m, 30 wolf riders entered the village. At 2:15 a.m, the militia captain, the village chief, and the local gentry were dragged out from their warm beds. Their headless bodies were fed to the wolves at the entrance of the village, and their heads were used to dig out the will of the resistors. At 2:40, the 500 people in the village were dragged to the small square at the entrance of the village. The women and children over the age of 1 were dragged to the side, and the massacre began. Perhaps none of the young men were spared. Some tried to resist, but in front of true professional warriors, the resistance of the commoners was meaningless, not to mention that the wolf riders were the elites of the strong orcs. After the highly efficient massacre, the wolf riders left at 3 a.m. Before they left, they set a fire, and the bloody wolf feet left bloody footprints in the snow. The bloodied wolf riders were still silent, but there were only burning ruins and fire behind them. The heart-wrenching cries were nightmarish. Perhaps they were hesitant at the beginning, but this was already the 4th village they had destroyed in a week. From entering to leaving in less than an hour, this was already a highly efficient massacre. As for the guilt of the massacre, they were already numb. This was war. It was neither holy nor just. The only thing to consider was the path to victory. The mission of the wolf riders was to roam the hinterlands of the human kingdom, creating more chaos and panic, and dragging down the enemy's strength and energy. Although their methods were extremely vile, they had indeed succeeded. Beastmen were not beasts without a bottom line. Every powerful individual despised villains who slaughtered civilians from the bottom of their hearts. The people worshipped fearless knights who dared to charge at giant dragons, but they would never respect a butcher who slaughtered civilians for fun from the bottom of their hearts. Father, how many battle results did you get from the humans this time? How many human generals did you kill? No, I just slaughtered thousands of civilians. When he thought about how his child would ask him when he returned, he didn't know how to answer the question, even though Akari, the leader of the wolf riding team, was a famous warrior in the tribe. At this time, his sensitive sense of smell was still filled with the pungent smell of blood. Dreaming of the child's interrogation was his worst nightmare. He could feel the exhaustion in his heart. In the eyes of the beast men, dying in battle against a strong enemy was a supreme glory. However, slaughtering the weak would inadvertently show that the strong was weak. Such a warrior would be despised in the tribe and would be rejected by the god of war after death. This is an order from our superiors. This is for our tribe's long-cherished wish to return to our homeland. This is for the greater good of our tribe. Oh, justice! How many sins have been committed in your name? Behind the bright flag stands the criminal executioner. He also knew that he was deceiving himself, but at least with this excuse he could ignore his conscience and continue the slaughter. The troops are getting quieter and quieter. Looks like I have to think of a way to boost their morale. Only the most shameless villains would flaunt their battle results of slaughtering civilians. Looking at the tightly knitted brows and stiff expressions of the cavalrymen, they probably hadn't reached that stage yet. However, they still did it without any hesitation. After all, this was war, an evil war, a beautiful war, a war that could cloak all sins with a holy coat. Awoo! Wolf howls sounded in front of them. That was the report from the Eagle tribe, Beastmen scouts. These 3 howls undoubtedly meant that there was an enemy blocking their way. However, the enemy wasn't strong, and they could charge forward. Very quickly, they passed through the forest. The enemy was right in front of them. It was a golden-haired young man with snowflakes all over his head. He looked rather young, but the 2-handed greatsword in his hands was exceptionally eye-catching. Sai, another young man who chased after us alone. He's brave, but not astute. It's a pity he's about the same age as my beloved Kor. Looking at the young swordsman who was about the same age as his own child, Curly paused for a second. Then he swiped his thumb across his neck. That was in order to kill the enemy on sight. There are more youths around the same age as Kor in that village. Then, for the sake of Kor's bright future, you should accompany them. That's weird. Why does this sword look familiar? I think I've seen it there before. There was no need to think too much. Even though there was only one opponent, the Wolf Riders still got into their most proficient wave charging formation. The few Wolf Riders with the strongest mounts were in charge of melee combat. As the strongest, Curly and the others prepared for a surprise attack. The nets and javelins behind them were already at the ready. Even the powerful Griffin Knight could be killed in an instant by the Wolf Riders. In the eyes of the Wolf Riders, this arrogant young man was already a dead man. Facing the fatal attack of the Wolf Riders, the young man suddenly smiled. His smile was filled with cruelty. This familiar smile made Curly remember where he saw the sword before. Oh, isn't that the person on the statue in the small town who can release sword aura? It's the Sword Saint. That sword. Could it be the Roland sacred sword? Saint Knight Roland? This was the last thought in Curly's mind. The snow-white glow of the sword flickered in the snow. The flying sword aura started to claim lives. However, the Wolf Rider captain felt a chill on his neck. The view of the Wolf Rider captain tilted, sliding from the back of the Wolf Rider to the snowy ground. The last thing he saw was the silver-armored sword saint waving his 2-handed sword, slaughtering his Wolf Riders one by one. At this moment, the Wolf Riders were completely defenseless. They were like powerless chicks that had encountered a butcher. It was no different from the evil deeds he had done in front of the statue half an hour ago. Those who kill will always be killed. How ironic! In just a single exchange, the Kara tribe warrior had lost his head. As a butcher, he no longer had to worry about how he would explain this to his children. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Die. It was unknown who was the first to shout this sentence. Very quickly, everything returned to normal. However, there were a few more headless corpses on the ground. Yes, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. However, where did the debt start? Did it start from this war? Or the war from 20 years ago? Or the war from 300 years ago? Perhaps this was destined to be a messy debt that could never be settled. After killing the last wolf rider, I was also a little tired. Thus, I stabbed my sword into the snow and rested on the battlefield. While waiting for Irene Bela to clean up the fleeing wolf riders, I remembered some other things that I could do. I took out a sheepskin bag from the wolf rider's chest. As expected, other than supplies, there was also a map of the nearby villages. The red crosses on the map meant that the wolf riders had already been there, so there was no need for me to rush there. All I could see were corpses and blood. However, for some reason I felt a little thirsty. Thus, I opened the water bag that the wolf rider left behind and gulped down a mouthful. Somehow, I spat out the sweet, low-quality horse milk wine. Pooey, bitter, and astringent, just like back then. While I was complaining, Heloise had already finished deciphering the route of the wolf rider squad. Thus, my next destination was confirmed. Blue Lake Village? I hope that I can rush to the front this time. I don't want to see such ruins ever again. Thinking back to the tragic state that I saw in Anwen Village, I quickened my movements and quickly tidied up the battlefield. After confirming that I didn't miss any information, I leaped onto Irene Bela's saddle and rushed to the next target. This was already the 12th Wolf Rider squad that I had eliminated in the past week. My comrades were all reporting their harvest. I, who was moving alone, had the least harvest. However, compared to the overall situation of the battlefield, my harvest was still a drop in the bucket. Everyone understood the logic of interdependence. Once Sluer was finished, the ones who would suffer next would definitely be the northern kingdoms. Thus, the snow only weakened slightly before the armies and reinforcements from the northern kingdoms were already on their way. We were the fastest to arrive, but we also had the fewest people. 100 undead knight and 300 rookie knight probably wouldn't be of much use on the main battlefield, which had tens of thousands of troops. Considering the current situation in Donglan and the beast horde that they had to face in winter, the fact that they were able to send out troops was already shocking enough. Furthermore, the one leading the troops was me, which made all the unnecessary noise to shut up, and at least in front of me. Of course, quantity was one thing and quality was another. My undead knight was reliable, and those rookies were the backbone of the newly established armies. The only thing they lacked was experience. As for me, I was indeed uninterested in the main battlefield in Antun. The reinforcements from the other countries were heading towards the main forces of the Beastmen, but I focused my attention on these scattered troops. The Beastmen's strategy of splitting up their troops was already effective. The domain lords of the Sluer kingdom were busy clearing out the rookies in their own territories. Naturally, they ignored the request for reinforcements from the capital. As for the domain lords who had some spare time, they were pinned down by the other 3 Beastmen armies. It wasn't a rare strategy for light cavalry, not just wolf cavalry, to hunt and pin down the enemy. However, when paired with the elite Beastmen troops, it was extremely effective on a tactical level and extremely cruel. For a normal village, it didn't matter if the attacker was a sword saint or a bronze rank wolf cavalry. Either way, the village would be annihilated. Chasing down these rookies was the typical example of a strenuous and unrewarding task. They were too mobile and elusive, making it difficult to catch up to them. Even if they caught up to them, with their superior individual combat strength, it was hard to tell who would win and who would lose. Before the main forces of the beastmen were wiped out, the military strength of the various countries wouldn't have the spare time to care about the small villages of other countries. However, I intended to do so. Who cares about those nobles? Since we are here, if we can help, we might as well. My men were indeed few in number, but the individual strength of the undead knight wasn't weak. It was easy for them to face a small team of wolf cavalry alone, and the rookies could serve as their support to accumulate experience. Thus, I disbanded the battle group and allowed them to move freely in the form of one leading 3 teams to hunt down the small team of rookies. However, what was unexpected was that this kind of action brought about great support from the people. After all, the nobles and the royal family, who were supposed to be protecting the territory, were doing nothing, and my undead knight was the best symbol of their support. The previous king, Roland, has brought his army to save the people of Mist. That fake King Fummel, after ignoring the warning of His Majesty Roland, once again ignored the suffering of his people. He only cared about his own authority and safety hiding in the capital. From a certain point of view, the previous announcement of the Sluir royal family was continuously displaying the meaning of foolishness and courting death. I, who had let bygones be bygones, became more and more popular with my anti-hunting actions. The undead knight began to receive passionate support from the people, and they became even more motivated. What happened next was something that shocked and even inconceivable to everyone. Seeing this situation, even though Antunes War was still in a tight spot, Fummel warned me through the church not to take advantage of the situation to buy the people's hearts. He even announced that I wasn't the previous King Roland, and that I was just an impostor to deceive the people. Obviously, in the eyes of that His Majesty, the Beastman army was just an external threat that would be expelled sooner or later, and my knights and I were indeed ambitious schemers. At that moment, I almost turned around and left. However, after thinking about it, I was amused. Fine. Since you said that I am buying the people's hearts, then I will really do so. Knights, take out our battle flags and military insignia. We are the legitimate reinforcements, so what is there to hide? Of course, from a certain perspective, I was very clear on the difference between the two. The citizens were the citizens, and the royal family was the royal family. But more importantly, there were some things that were difficult to stop once you stepped in. Was it really that because of that idiot Antune, I would just watch as the villagers died? When this news spread, the reputation of the Sluir royal family plummeted. Every day, countless refugees chose to flee to Donglan, which they would never have chosen in the first place. It was said that when Fummel heard this news, he immediately smashed the century-old heirloom of the royal family, the rainbow jade wine cup. After that, he regretted it deeply and was very sad. After hearing this news, in order to console him, I even sent him a message through the church. Rainbow jade wine cup? Isn't that a byproduct of the glass I burned back then? Don't worry, don't be fooled by its appearance. In reality, it is just glass, so it isn't worth much. Actually, that isn't a wine cup either. It is just a small spittoon that failed to burn properly. It even contained crickets before. The back of that cup should have a secret inscription that Roland created. If it didn't shatter too much, you can try looking for it. All right, I heard that he really managed to put it back together, but this time it wasn't just a wine cup that was shattered. Chapter 149. If I want to become a knight, even if I'm a wild knight without a family emblem, even if I'll be someone else's squire for the rest of my life, even if I can't become an official knight, it's enough as long as I can become a knight. To Cohen Esta, becoming a true knight had always been his dream. However, it was a pity that he wasn't the son of some high official or noble. It was impossible for him to be sent to an ace knight as a knight squire since he was young, and he wasn't talented enough for his teacher to take him in as a disciple. He was just the son of an ordinary farmer. Forget about studying in a knight academy. He didn't even know how to read. He couldn't even reach the first step of his dream. Thus, he took a step back and set becoming an ordinary warrior as his goal. However, the result was even more disappointing. It doesn't matter what kind of close combat profession you are. If you don't have strength, You won't even be able to fulfill the basic requirements. You should go back." He couldn't even lift a sandbag for training, couldn't even use a wooden lance, and couldn't even swing a wooden sword. Naturally, no one was willing to accept him. He wasn't considered tall among his peers, although his flamboyant blonde hair and delicate face made him popular among the younger generation. His frail limbs and poor stamina made him feel unconfident. The fact that even the militia was unwilling to accept him made young Cohen feel a little hopeless, but even so, he did not intend to give up. "Since I don't have enough talent, I'll make up for it with hard work." Thus, Cohen's neighbors could see him waking up early in the morning and running around the river with sandbags. Every day, after he finished his farm work, he would go to the shops to help people move goods. Earning money was one thing, but he was also looking forward to using this method to train himself and increase his stamina. Although the training was tough, it was indeed effective. At least his pale and thin body had become tanned and muscular. In the words of his neighbor, Asha, he finally looked like a man. Unfortunately, in a sense, it was like a hamster had evolved into a squirrel. Its combat power had increased from 5 to 6, and it was no longer out of breath after running. However, it was still unable to lift heavy objects that it used to be unable to, let alone wield an iron sword for a long period of time. Therefore, even though he felt good about himself, he was still rejected at the first stage of joining the army. After all, Donglan was not rich at that time and could not afford to raise too many soldiers. Moreover, the people were very enthusiastic about joining the army to protect the country. As a result, the number of people who signed up far exceeded the actual number of people who signed up. Unknowingly, it raised the selection standards. A useless person like Cohen was too far from the passing line from the start and could never become a soldier. Even so, he was still unwilling to give up on the past. He just worked harder to polish himself, worked hard to accumulate, and hoped that there would finally be a day when there would be a qualitative change. However, it was a pity that he continued to fail. It's impossible for you to become a knight. Give up. No, I'm not talking about your birth. The Mist Country has always judged heroes based on their military contributions. Yesterday, it was a farmer's son, but today, it is not uncommon to see a knight lord. What I'm talking about is your strength. A warrior who can't even wield a two-handed sword properly, how can he enter the battlefield? If he can't even enter the battlefield, how can he become a knight? A knight who was moved by his hard work intended to take him in as a retainer. However, after conducting a test on him, he eventually gave up on the idea. "Io, isn't this our future knight lord?" "Hee, nice to meet you, lord. You have just returned from your patrol. Have you found anything? Did you challenge a demon or a beast man? Or did you just return victorious after defeating an evil dragon?" "Ah, the incredible Cohen, he is our dragon slayer, the great hero, ha 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 ha." While he was still doing his physical training in vain, while some people were praising him, those youngsters who found him an eyesore would also make use of the opportunity to mock him. Even so, he continued to persevere. At this point, he probably couldn't even remember why he chose this thorny path back then. Was it when he was attacked by wild beasts when he was young and was saved by the knight? Was it when he was touched by the deeds of his ancestors when he was young? Was it when he saw the triumphant return of the knight and cheered loudly? Or was it when he swore to use his own hands to protect his family and friends? He didn't have a path of retreat, nor did he intend to choose a path of retreat. He could only persevere. Believe in yourself. You can do it. I was also very thin when I was young, but now I'm as sturdy as before. Right? His Highness Roland seems to be planning to build a new army. Do you want to give it a try? Not everyone looked down on him. Every time Big Brother Clune returned and saw how hard Cohen was working, he would encourage him. Right? To Cohen and the people around him, Big Brother Clune was an incredible figure. He was the pride and hope of Dull Village. Even though he was young, he was already serving in the Royal Knight Order. Even though he wasn't an official knight, in the eyes of the villagers, it was only a matter of time before he became a true knight. It was just that he had recently adopted a young lady named Ailey. His days were tough, and he had mysteriously become the father of an unmarried child, causing many girls to be heartbroken. On the other hand, Big Brother Clune's encouragement made Cohen work even harder. However, it was a pity that all he faced was failure after failure, until one day he met a black cat, a strange black cat that could speak the human language. Only then did the situation take a turn for the better. "Hey, I've picked up a treasure. It's actually an elemental son. Make a contract with me and become a Magus girl." Magus boy. Cohen was taken aback, thinking that it was some Magus joke. In the end, with Big Brother Clune's confirmation, he found out that this black cat was an incredible figure. She was His Highness Roland's beloved pet, a black cat that knew magic. She actually said that he had outstanding talent in magic and wanted to teach him to become a Magus. Without a doubt, a Magus was an occupation with a better future than a knight. Logically speaking, he should have accepted it gladly. However, "My lord, I'm very grateful for your love for me. However, my goal in life is to become a knight. Perhaps it's the path of a Magus." All right, back then, the black cat's face revealed an obvious, astonished expression. That expression was mixed with incomprehensible surprise, causing Cohen to worry that he had accidentally offended her. After a while, the black cat continued. "All right, knight it is then, knight it is. I'll introduce someone to you and get him to teach you. From the point of view of a knight, he should be considered quite an impressive person. And, although he is a wooden club as a mage, he might be a suitable teacher for you. Roland, I found your brother." When I heard those words, I was stunned. Isn't my brother Cavendish in the abyss? How did this darned cat meet him? "You have great talent in swordsmanship. You are obviously a talented warrior, but you chose to become a mage. He is an elemental son, a natural-born great mage. Yet he chose to become a Ken Knight. Both of you are so awkward. If you aren't brothers, then what are you? All right, this darn cat's mouth doesn't accumulate any virtue. Naturally, I will teach her a lesson. However, I am confident in her judgment. Thus, I became more interested in the little boy named Cohen and arranged a meeting with him. "Roland, your Highness Roland, Lord Heloise said that you can make me a knight." This trembling lad in front of me was so excited that he accidentally bit his own tongue. Through the system's notification, my interest in him grew. "Cohen esta job none. Strength 5, agility 7, stamina 7, intelligence 14, will 11, charm 10. Race talent, elemental sun system evaluation. With such terrible natural strength, he actually wants to become a knight. With such great talent for mages, he actually doesn't want to become a mage. He really is your brother. Race talent, elemental sun. Long incantations are difficult to remember? Complicated spell formulas and difficult to understand? These aren't problems for elemental suns. They use their instincts to control the elements and direct commands to replace inefficient incantations. They are the natural darlings of mages, the illegitimate children of magic and the elements, destined to become great mages. Very quickly, through our conversation, I almost understood what was going on. No wonder Heloise said that he was my brother. His strength is only 5, but he actually wants to become a melee fighter. His outstanding talent as a mage is viewed as a hindrance to his path as a knight. It is rare to see such an awkward personality. After interacting with him for a short while, I started to like this shy boy a little. After all, nowadays, more and more youngsters are aiming for money. There are fewer and fewer idiots who are obsessed with their ideals. There are even fewer who are diligent despite not receiving any rewards. From a certain standpoint, I am also such an awkward, stubborn rock. Thus, I accepted him and made him my 3rd retainer knight. Cough. Since that is the case, let me teach you some of the necessary lessons for a knight. First is meditation and control of magic. This isn't a lesson for a knight, but a mage's homework. Young man, don't be impatient. Please be humble. Could it be that you have never heard of the arcane knight? This is a necessary lesson for an outstanding knight. It is impossible for a normal knight to learn this. Right? I have a melee fighter job that is suitable for you. Do you want to give it a try? Let's not talk about how I duped this young man in the future. At this moment, I'm very satisfied with the decision I made. After all, with the other 2 knight squires not being up to standard, this young man has been a great help. Even if the direction of his help was a little unreliable, Brother Roland, I accidentally roasted the meat too much again. It is a little dark, but my intuition tells me that it will be delicious. Why don't you make do with it? Perhaps the new taste will be delicious. No, it definitely won't be delicious. One side is already charred, while the other side is raw meat. How should I eat it? Your intuition has never been reliable. Strange. I strictly followed the alchemy formula. 10 grams of salt, 1 gram of sugar. How can it taste so bad? Ah, I misread the decimal point. I gave 10 times more salt. Ah, I made a mistake with sugar and salt. Why don't you make do with it? Should I say, as expected of an alchemist, you actually brought a full set of alchemy equipment to camp outside. Making lunch actually made it taste like a chemistry experiment. But why is the final product so scary? What is that oily green thing? Can you make do with it? Before passing it to me, do you dare to try it yourself? I finally understand why you have always been a third-rate alchemist. Can't you get it right once in a while? Generally speaking, the retainers of an acolyte knight are the personal attendants of a knight. According to the tradition of a knight, the retainers are responsible for the logistics of their knight mentor. If the knight mentor isn't satisfied, no matter how strong the retainer of the knight is, it would be impossible for him to become an official knight. Before becoming an official knight, they are master and disciple, as well as master and servant. Many of them are even similar to father and son. However, the 2 retainers I chose previously are obviously unreliable. Most of the time, it is me as their mentor who takes care of them. Not to mention, the enthusiasm and confidence in their training are completely unseemly. Renée is a princess, so it is understandable that she doesn't have the ability to survive in the wilderness. Catherine is from a knight family, a fallen noble family, so it is understandable that she doesn't have the ability to do anything. If it wasn't for that brat Cohen who is able to make some decent meat soup, I wouldn't even know who is the retainer if I had to do it myself after traveling 1,000 miles. According to the planned grouping, my 3 retainers should have been in the same group as me. However, Renée said that she has already broken through gold rank and that she has the Roland sacred sword in her hands. She is already capable of handling everything by herself and doesn't need my guidance. All right, it is impossible to grow without actual combat experience, so I will let you try it out. Since that is the case, I am afraid that you might not have enough manpower, so I will let the other 2 retainers follow you. Show me some results. However, one's rank doesn't represent one's actual combat strength. In actual combat, a bronze rank who puts his life on the line is enough to scare off a fake gold rank who has never seen blood. However, on the battlefield, a moment of hesitation might cost one's life. The result was completely within my expectations. If it wasn't for the Blood Tribe assassin I arranged in the dark intervening in time, the Princess of Donglan might have to consider switching to an undead job. Little lass, it is still too early for you to leave my tutelage. Thus, after we met up with the help of the retainers, I became even more tired. Not only did I have to hunt the Roman cavalry, I also had to take care of the rookies. It could be said that I was a teacher and a parent at the same time. Fortunately, Cohen, who was born as a farmer, had a certain level of survival skills. He was able to help set up the temporary camp and take care of the daily necessities. Helpless, I even called out René's underground bodyguard, Susanna, to have her think of a way to teach these rookies the basic survival skills of the wilderness. At the very least, I should teach them the most basic cooking of roasted meat and meat soup. After all, if one were to live in the wilderness for a long period of time, just relying on dry rations isn't enough. Meat soup and roasted meat are the simplest dishes, but just relying on these two would lead to an imbalance in nutrition, which would ultimately affect their combat strength. Thus, for a mature adventurer group, the ability to survive in the wilderness is essential. The famous survival master Bear Grylls once said, "Surviving in the wilderness is my life." The wilderness is the most natural source of food. If I go there, I can eat anything. This time, when I just finished a hunt and returned to the camp, I smelled the familiar aroma of meat soup, which whetted my appetite. It smells so good. And there's also the smell of wild grass and spices. Susanna, well done. You all sure learn fast. To be able to make it so quickly. Then I couldn't continue the rest of my words. What entered my eyes was a young lady dressed in maid attire, busy at the camp. That was a familiar figure that shouldn't be here. Ding, Demacia. A passing wild maid has appeared. Thank the maid for saving you from the hell of unknown compounds. Otherwise, what awaits you today would be the mixture of Renée and Catherine's hard work, green slime cuisine. As an insider, I ignored the system's cute act. The beautiful figure in front of me made me feel as though I was in a dream. The familiar bow, the familiar reflection of the lenses, the unfamiliar warmth and passion that was getting closer and closer. While I was stunned, the wild maid had already hugged me. "Welcome back, master. May I ask if you would like to eat first? Bathe first, or eat me first?" All right, I don't know if I would be able to eat you, but the dagger-like, cold gaze behind my back really looks like it wants to eat me up. Eliza! Chapter 150. Big brother Roland treats me really well. He often tells me bedtime stories at night, just the two of us. As expected of a little girl who hasn't even matured yet, you actually like to listen to fairy tales. But let this big sister teach you. All fairy tales are lies. Princesses are all useless flower vases. Princes are mostly perverts with different sexual orientations. Actually, there are many such examples around us. You are slandering me. But I can't blame you for being too naive. Children have the right to be innocent. When I was young, I also liked to listen to my master stories. I probably listened to them for more than 100 years. Oh, I should call you darling now. Now that you mention it, it really makes me feel embarrassed. Eliza, who was covering her mouth and giggling, didn't look embarrassed at all. With just a few words, she managed to amuse the immature Renée, but it seemed like I was the innocent victim once again. Looks like Eliza must have met Cavendish. He is definitely a pervert. It is normal for her to have such an understanding. She definitely isn't talking about me. Shaking my head, I ignored the discussion and focused my attention on the feast in front of me. Due to many reasons, this seemed to be the first time I was eating food, personally made by Eliza. In the past few days, after being the subject of many experiments, I had no choice but to take over the responsibility of cooking. However, I was already sick of eating my own food, and Cohen's culinary skills were very average. Recently, I had not been eating his food. As long as Elisa's cooking wasn't bad, I would be satisfied. It was a common broth. The meat slices were finely sliced, with bits of wild grass floating on top. The unknown spices increased the attractiveness of the broth, and the fragrance of chopped green onions greatly increased my appetite. Delicious! Even though I expected Eliza, who was good at housework, to have good cooking skills, the broth still gave me quite a surprise. It was fatty but not greasy in my mouth, and the fragrance assaulted my nostrils. After swallowing, my mouth was filled with a lingering fragrance, making me want to drink more. The barbecued meat on the side was covered with wild honey and spices, which also increased my appetite. What kind of spices are these? They must be very expensive. Undelicious. Thus, I immediately started chewing. On the other side, Catherine and Cohen looked at each other and started chewing as well. Judging from the way they wolfed down the food without a care for their image, I wasn't the only one who was tormented these past few days. Perhaps the most delicious food that I could remember was the last meal I had before I ascended to God Ascension. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, Eliza wasn't able to personally make it. This was a pleasant surprise. Hey, if you don't eat, we'll finish it all. I have no appetite. Renee was very strong-willed, but just as she said that, her slightly rumbling stomach made her blush on the spot. Hee, the most important thing in life is to be happy, and having a full stomach is the first priority. Roland, eat slowly. Don't choke. Are you hungry? If it's not enough, I'll cook a bowl of noodles for you. Thus, I nodded my head in delight. After regaining my physical body, I didn't have many hobbies other than being more and more gluttonous. As long as the culinary skills were outstanding, I wouldn't reject anything. So how could I possibly reject such a thing? But that afternoon, I knew that there were some things that I couldn't eat randomly, especially that beautiful smile of hers, which belonged to a demon filled with resentment. My stomach hurts and my head feels dizzy. This is the 4th time I'm having diarrhea in a day. Eliza, what did you put in the noodles? Cursed spice. Black datura grass. Just as you said, this is an extremely expensive spice. What you ate just now is equivalent to gold. Right, there's also the little fang dragon meat that I just harvested. This is a great tonic. Oh Lord, could it be that you're too weak? That's not good. Let me cook another bowl of noodles for you. The datura grass that was used to make poison was actually used as chopped green onions. The little fang dragon was also known as the little green dragon, and it was also poisonous. Should I be glad that the 2 poisons intersected and it was only my stomach that was affected? No, that's not right. Why are they fine after eating it too? Actually, I've already processed the poison. It's probably because there's some catalyst in the noodles that caused the poison to erupt again. I'm so sorry, Master. The explanation and apology on the cold noodles were completely emotionless. Word by word, it was as if she was reading a script. Only now did I realize that probably Eliza had been angry all this time. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. All right, a wise man submits to circumstances. I understood that this little brat's tendency to hold grudges and take revenge was extremely long. In order to have a delicious lunch to eat in the future, I apologized on the spot. Although I didn't know what I did wrong, was it because I was too busy recently and didn't have time to contact her? It's all your fault. But since you've apologized, I'll accept it. Elisa finally revealed a sincere smile. Then she tossed me a small bottle. I immediately swallowed it, and my tummy finally felt better. Another reason why I was most satisfied with Eliza's personality was that even though she liked to throw tantrums, she would be forgiven as long as she apologized. If I accidentally angered her, apologizing first was definitely the right thing to do. I'm finally feeling better. I'm a living person now, so I'll really die. Don't make such a joke next time. Right, how did you come here? What's with this physical body? On the other hand, Elisa's arrival was a pleasant surprise. Soon, I understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Eliza's physical body was only an incarnation that had descended from the beastman's sacrifice. It was a sacrifice that had been embezzled. As a marquis, it was quite difficult for her to do this, as this incarnation didn't have much power. It was fine for her to do daily things, but it would be impossible for her to participate in battle. Enough, it's a good thing that you're here. This wasn't because my masochism was acting up and I liked to be messed with. It was because I had had enough of the pain of not having a capable assistant. Now that Eliza was here, I could finally go back to being a hands-off boss. The moment I said this, the cold Eliza smiled in satisfaction. She then moved closer to me and looked at me face to face. I can roughly guess what you're thinking, but I'm still quite happy to hear you say that. This is your reward. From a certain standpoint, the demonized Eliza was more willing to express herself and pursue her own feelings. Her youthful face came closer and closer. The frost on her face had already melted, and underneath the ice mountain was a fiery passion. Eliza's cheeks were flushed red, and her alluring red lips were giving off an astonishing amount of charm and heat. I was forced to the point where I had no way out. What are you doing? Unfortunately, I wasn't the only one here. Forget about the two of them who were trying their best to reduce their presence and pretend to be statues. Rain didn't intend to sit by and watch this happen. She rushed to the center and stopped everything from happening. Pity? I actually felt that it was a pity. Just as I was inexplicably conflicted over the change in my attitude, Eliza and Renee began arguing verbally again. I finally understand why Master hates naughty children who don't know what's good for them. You should pretend not to see your parents being intimate. Parents? Who's a parent? Also, I'm not a naughty child. I'm 14 years old. I could have gotten married long ago. 14 years old? How inconceivable. I thought that you were only 10, and seems to be only 10 years old. But she has already far surpassed you. All right, even though she didn't say it clearly, but from the slight tilt of her gaze, it was clear that she had surpassed me in that aspect. That, Eliza, don't you feel heartache for saying that? All right, from the twisted corners of her lips and twitching eyes, the venomous, flat-chested young lady A was currently clenching her teeth to kill 1,000 enemies while destroying 800 of her own. A certain weak spot on the young lady's body was probably bleeding. Just like in the past, with just a few words, Eliza completed her massacre, and the clumsy Renee could only hide in a corner to sulk. Suddenly, even though she was still teasing Renee, Eliza's words came from the ring. Master, I have investigated the origins of the bloodline of the new Mist Kingdom's royal family. I'm afraid that things are much more troublesome than expected. Using your words, this is a huge conspiracy. So huge that I can only be at ease if I tell you personally. The barrier has already been set up. Listen to me and don't overreact. The formless barrier blocked off all prying gazes. I continued to squat by the side, basking in the sun. Eliza had already started to clean up the dishes, but the connection between the two grew closer. Firstly, that is indeed the true Mist bloodline, but it isn't your descendant. You are still, as expected, a 10,000-year-old bachelor, a veteran of the FFF Guild, a forbidden incantation magister, and the spiritual teacher of the Torch Festival. Thinking about how I became the first love of a 10,000-year-old virgin, I felt a little agitated. Then, I instinctively felt a little disgusted and dangerous. It is said that if you hold it in for too long, you will become a pervert. If you hold it in for 30 years, you will be able to do anything. If it is 300 years, while I was being ridiculed by the venomous tongue, a shocking secret was coming at me from the other side. I couldn't care less about the venomous words and resentment. This time, even I was frightened into a daze. No wonder Elise didn't hesitate to send down an incarnation. This secret wouldn't be safe no matter how it was transmitted over. After a long while, when Elise finally finished speaking, even though the wind outside was still bone-chilling, cold sweat broke out all over my body. What if I didn't realize it? I was almost done for. Looks like my opponent really can't be underestimated. While feeling a lingering fear, I also laughed. Schemes and ambushes are only scary when they aren't discovered. Since I know about it, I can deal with it. Thank you, Eliza. It's great to have you. I owe you again. I really can't imagine what I would do without you. It's getting more and more mushy. If you really have the heart, you should stop messing around with girls. Even though she said so, from the sweet smile at the corner of her lips, she seemed to be enjoying it. While we were smiling at each other, even though we couldn't see the mental connection between us, the unscrupulous retainers behind us started discussing softly, suddenly opening his mouth and laughing lewdly. Cohen, do you think that the poison in Master hasn't been cleansed? He looks a little love-struck and silly. I heard from the neighbor brother Clun that men who hold it in for too long would become a little strange. Looks like Lord Eliza made His Highness lose his composure and happiness. As expected, one would become a pervert after holding it in for too long. But from the looks of it, it seems like Princess Renee has no chance of winning. That, Senior Kathleen, Her Highness Renee, is behind you. She seems to be very angry. Your Highness, I'm sorry. That you won't cut off our remuneration because of this, will you? I am still waiting to use it to purchase new alchemy tools. That, although the opponent is indeed strong, you still have a chance of winning. At least in some aspects, you are still on the same level. Buffed. I really didn't think of some aspects. Anyway, I will try my best to put in a good word for you in front of Her Highness in the future. The acolytes seemed to be in some kind of dispute, and it was already a mess. I had to start thinking about serious matters. The revival of the mist? This is really a huge trap, a huge problem. Looks like I have to hurry up and end this war. Then the next step is to head to Antun. Chapter 151. Your Highness, I actually have a new idea. Although the elemental sword seal is a discovery that transcends time, from a certain perspective, our usage of it is still too crude and it is a waste of its development. We can start from the construction of the spell to make it more autonomous and automatic. After constructing the basic sword seal, we can use the basic sword seal to construct the resurrection sword seal. Every time Cohen gave me an opinion, I would sigh at the long list of terms that I couldn't comprehend. Just who was the teacher and who was the disciple. A genius mage who strives to become a knight, a rookie knight who trains in both alchemy and magic, Princess Renée of the Gentleman Alliance. My knight retainers are really a bunch of weirdos. From a certain perspective, these three couldn't be said to be outstanding talents, but they seem to be getting further and further away from the path of a knight, especially the little Cohen in front of me. Without me realizing it, he had already proven his talents. Incantations, spell formulae, there was no need to think at all. He could do it instinctively. To the elemental sun, magic was just a manifestation of his will. Regular spells were just a proof of a classic formula. Just like how mathematicians could easily derive new formulas, the elemental sun could casually create countless spells. I finally understood why Harloise wanted me to trick this little Cohen. The elemental sun of the humans, the son of thunder of the dwarves, and the son of moon of the elves were all seen as God-given children. The son of thunder was proficient in melee and smithing, while the son of moon was a genius in divine arts. They shared some similarities, which was that they were both amazing geniuses in certain areas. It would be a pity to waste such talents. My 4 elemental swordcasters walked the path of generalization and simplification. It skipped the accumulation of basic theories and allowed even ordinary warriors to grasp the ability to use the elements. As long as they become adept at using the elements, they would naturally be able to derive magic theories. The hardest step is still the first step. It's not that many don't have the aptitude to become strong, but they are limited by their talent and can't even take the first step. To Cohen, this was a whole new world. Yes, my arms lacked strength. Then I would replace them with sword seals that could wield heavy objects. Yes, I couldn't run fast or jump far. Then I would let the seal that represented the wind become my wings. Yes, my sword could not penetrate the hard scales of the dragon. Then let the thunder summoned by the imprint become the sharp tip of my sword. The dream of becoming a knight gave Cohen endless motivation, while Heloise became his endless theoretical support. Every day, he would gain new insights and make new progress. In my eyes, this brat's level was rising at a strange speed. Yesterday, he was just a rank 15 for elemental swordcaster. Today, he had jumped to rank 17. Perhaps in 2 days, he would reach rank 20. His hard work had indeed enriched the new profession of the 4 elemental swordcasters. Black tortoise sword seal, entanglement of ice snake. Ice magic spread along the ground, invisible and invisible, but suddenly exploded under the opponent's feet, freezing the opponent's ankles. The most important thing is their characteristics. Ice freeze, lightning paralyze, and fire burn. It would be too much of a waste to just use them as temporary enchantments to increase one's attack power. We can use their own characteristics to create various magic sword skills. You see, the The spread of ice magic is too slow. Even if we were to attach it to the sword to freeze the opponent, it would take a long time. But in reality, it is invisible and very well hidden. We can completely sneak in. All right, even though Cohen didn't create a new sword seal due to the limitations of his abilities, but just by changing the way he fought and releasing techniques that were suitable for the elemental effects, the overall fighting power of this new profession had increased by more than 30%. More importantly, he who could listen to the sounds of the elements had found the direction of improvement for this new profession. Perhaps other elemental sword skills would be released as well. Congratulations for mastering the new magic sword skill. Black Tortoise Sword Seal, Entanglement of Ice Snake. This skill will be included in the 4 Elemental Swordcaster system. System notification. A reward for inventing a new skill? You still have the cheek to ask me for a reward? How does it feel to be imparted a new skill by your own disciple? Can you still maintain your old face? How long do you think you can fool him if he continues to improve like this? The system didn't disappoint me and jumped out to tease me. Thus, for the dignity of my master, I could only put in more effort into my research. Needless to say, people are forced. When I created the Death Ice Sword Seal, which was a combination of the power of ice and the power of death, even Heloise had a whole new level of respect for me. The black snow that blew up had the dual magic of corrosion and freezing, which was extremely fatal to the living. The only flaw was that it seemed to have a high requirement for the user, which somehow became my own trademark. Of course, such a straightforward name without any technical content was definitely not my doing. They actually rejected the Sleeping Tortoise Sword Seal, which made me sulk for a period of time. The power of death is the Sword Seal of Sloth, and ice is the Black Tortoise. The combination of the two makes the Black Tortoise of Sloth. Sleeping Tortoise? This naming method is really too cool. For the sake of your future juniors, please go home and play by yourself. Hearing those words, but looking at the nods of the people around me, I could only swallow the bitter pill helplessly. Actually, I also thought of a name for your sword seal. Very quickly, Eliza, who had taken control of the team, also invented her own exclusive sword seal. The Destruction Sword Seal that combined the power of demons and Sea of Fire was extremely powerful and evil, but it was obvious that others were unable to use it. Let me guess, with your weird naming method and poor vocabulary, you would probably think of demons as wrath, and if fire is vermilion bird, angry vermilion bird? No, angry bird. Also, your sword seal that combines ice and fire, Song of Ice and Fire. It's a pity that I still have a few names that I haven't used yet. If it's the combination of wind and earth, azure dragon, and white tiger, it could be called the Battle of Dragon and Tiger. If it's the combination of ice and wind, black tortoise, and azure dragon, Romance of Dragon and Snake. I said proudly. Then the surrounding disciples didn't say anything, nodding their heads and leaving, but no one asked me for a name again. Red Maple City, a small city in the Sluer Kingdom that wasn't famous, but to me it was very meaningful. Back then, when I was dealing with the Beastman army in the north, this ancient city was also our temporary headquarters. If I remember correctly, there were still many traces of history left behind, and there was even an exhibition hall of the past wars. But now, this city had become the focus of attention of the countries in the far north. The reason? This city wasn't far from the capital of the Sluer Kingdom, Antun, and the area in front of it had long become the territory of the Beastmen. So naturally, this place became the gathering point for the reinforcements of the countries. I entered the city very early, and the city gates hadn't officially opened yet. I entered when the sky was still bright. At that time, the guards of the city wanted to stop me, but in a sense, in this land, my appearance was the best pass. When the guards saw me, they were stunned for a moment before bowing excitedly and opening the door. Open the door. His Highness is here. I nodded slightly in return. Stepping on the snow that hadn't frozen solid, yet the ground creaked. Looking at the Beastman heads hanging on the city walls, I fell silent. I wasn't a kind person, and I lacked sentimentality and sensitivity. Along the way, I even became numb to such a sight. On the contrary, I actually felt a little happy and vented my anger when I saw the scene. The reason? It was probably because the villages that were conquered by the beastmen also had such a scene, except that the heads they hung belonged to humans. Based on the customs, the tower of human skulls, the naked corpses of young women, and the children who fell to their deaths made me even more silent. This was war, the kind of war I hated the most, because war was the ugliest thing in the world. It would legitimize all crimes and turn living people into living beasts. This was war, the kind of war I loved the most. In the past, I believed that only war could protect my people. Only war could destroy war. Along the way, I was called a hero, a demon king, and a butcher. Behind me was a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Perhaps even the most infuriating beastman butcher didn't have as many lives as I did. Even in the era when I was called a hero, who knew how many lives were taken by my hands. I was once treated as a hero by humans, but according to what I knew in the beastman kingdom, I was treated as a butcher and a demon king. I was often used to scare children away from crying. The reason? It was probably because I was the first to imitate the beastmen's methods, using elite light cavalry and air cavalry to set up the tower of human skulls on the Beastman Plateau. This was a war between countries, and even more so, a war between the beastmen and humans. Both sides had accumulated hatred for each other for who knew how long. When everything exploded under a legal excuse, even the ugliest crime would become a holy and heroic one. I was a hero, a butcher, a demon king, probably all of the above. I never thought of myself as a saint, but before those bastards who kept creating new wars were punished, a bastard like me still had a need to continue living in this world. When the true villains were worshipped by the world, how could a little villain like me be willing to sleep alone? Sinners would eventually be judged. At the very least, I would drag them down to hell with me. Hurry up and leave, bastard beastmen. The soldiers were kicking a group of beastmen away, but judging from their typical human attire, they were probably local residents and merchants who had been living here for a long time. From a certain standpoint, Sluir's policy of peace and friendship was indeed effective. At the very least, the two countries had been trading with each other for several decades. While merchant caravans and merchant guilds were the norm, many residents and merchants of both countries lived in other countries. But it was obvious that the outbreak of this war was far too sudden. It was impossible for the expatriates of both countries to evacuate. Thus, they became the first refugees on both sides and became the punching bags for the expatriates to vent their hatred. It was likely that apart from the beastman invaders and spies, there were also quite a few ordinary citizens hanging on the walls. Are they spies? Or are they spies? After hesitating for a moment, since I met them, I still wanted to interfere. If they were soldiers, I wouldn't interfere, but massacring ordinary citizens was something I would never do even in my craziest moments. You are Prince Roland. The young soldier called out my name in surprise, while the beast men were paralyzed on the ground. Some of the children even started crying. Looks like even after such a long time, my reputation was still as resounding as ever. Since that was the case, the next step was simple. After finding out that these beast men were expatriates who had been living here for several decades, and that they were being sent to the slave market to be auctioned, I spent some money to buy them. Of course, the children cried even louder. In their eyes, I was the worst buyer. Perhaps I was intending to buy them and use them to make meat soup or roast meat. Eliza, you're still as hypocritical as always, but I like this about you. I understand your wish is my command. I will set up a merchant guild here. I don't know if they will be able to survive, but at the very least, it is better than being sold as slaves. If they were to become slaves at this time, even the children would become the military medals of those nobles. I nodded my head without saying anything. In this aspect, Eliza was much stronger than me. If she couldn't do it well, I wouldn't be able to do it well either. Hypocrite? There really wasn't any room for me to refute. I knew that I was a hypocrite because, even though I had just willfully saved a few Beastman civilians, I had to consider how to take the lives of even more Beastmen now. Where is the Alliance command? Where are the nobles of the various countries? Why haven't they started the war yet? Are they intending to watch as Antun falls? Chapter 152. As we all know, the Orc army is marching with all their might. There are more than 270 known tribes. Although they claim to have 800,000 soldiers, they only have about 200,000 in total. After deducting at least 30,000 non-combatants, they only have about 180,000 soldiers. However, they've already split into 4 groups. They've undoubtedly committed a military taboo. Maple City's old opera house with more than 600 years of history had long been abandoned, but now it was rejuvenated and turned into a temporary conference hall. On the stage, the handsome, middle-aged man in military uniform was drooling, but the audience below were clearly not buying it. Some were napping, some were reading, and some were chatting. Even if we consider that the Orc warriors are indeed stronger than us, our allied army has more than 300,000 soldiers. We still have the advantage in terms of military strength. We can take advantage of the fact that they're splitting up to encircle and kill their tribes. Bearman Lund is a strong contender for the Orc Emperor. He has at least 20 tribes under his command, with a total military strength of about 55,000. There are many different types of troops, ranging from the weak rat men to the strong bear men and elephant men. What's worth mentioning is that the main force of the Orc tribe is hibernating. Their marching speed is the slowest. Recently, they've even begun to collect rations and winter supplies. They seem to be planning to defend their current territory for the winter. Kar's Centaur Hamar has 30,000 troops. They're mainly composed of high-speed cavalry and fast-moving orcs. They have the least military strength, but because they don't have a base, they're fighting guerrillas everywhere. In reality, they're the most troublesome. They're attacking the eastern defense line and seem to want to enter the other countries. If they really charge into the south, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. Wolf King Sostero has 40,000 troops. They're mainly composed of lion men, tiger men, werewolves, and other powerful tribes. But I don't know what he's thinking. He actually turned back to attack the western border. Are they planning to attack the Elven Kingdom? But it's said that his strategist is the Fox tribe's great sage, Win. He should have his own plans. Eagle Men Amant has 60,000 troops. They're very mixed, but there are many aerial cavalry and flying orcs. From past reports, he's also the initiator of this Orc allied army. It is said that they have the most experts. They are currently attacking Antun, and Antun has suffered great losses. I'm afraid they won't be able to hold on for long. There were circles and crosses on the diagram, and the current positions of the various troops and their main direction of attack were very clear. However, even though the soldier was trying very hard to explain, the discussions below only grew louder. We have the upper hand in terms of military strength. Over 300,000? Are you kidding me? We'll only have 200,000 at most if we take out all the ordinary beastmen. Our total combat power is only about a third of the beastmen's. How are we supposed to fight this battle? Antun has almost 100,000 soldiers defending it, but it's surrounded by Amant's 60,000 soldiers. It's asking for reinforcements every day, and it looks like it's about to fall. Perhaps the 1-to-3 combat strength ratio will have to be revised. Have you heard? A behemoth has appeared on the Bearman side. It flattened the walls of Winder City in 2 strikes. This is the 10th city that he has conquered. Now, I can only hope that they will really hibernate. I don't want to face these big guys. That's good. But I heard that the situation this time is a little strange. Not only are the beast men not afraid of the cold, but they can also migrate to fight in the snowy weather. That's why they can launch a surprise attack in winter. On the battlefield, our people are shivering from the cold. There's an obvious gap in individual strength, and we can't match them. Now that we're fighting a decisive battle, Are we in a hurry to die? Yes, this time the beastmen came too quickly. Now that they have conquered so many cities, I'm afraid we don't have to worry about logistics anymore. Also, we didn't bring along the siege vehicles and other large machines, and the logistics are also intermittent. How are we supposed to fight this battle? Are we supposed to fight with the beastmen on an empty stomach in this world of ice and snow? Shouldn't these troublesome things be handled by the super empires? Why do we have to deal with a few small countries in the north? What did the kingdom of Kisomi say? Does the empire of San Antonio have any objections? If the beastmen were a few big shots who wanted to be the boss, then the humans were like a plate of loose sand. They all wanted to preserve their strength and let others be the cannon fodder. The beastmen came too suddenly. The first city that fell gave them supplies and a base. On the contrary, the reinforcements from the human side who rushed over after the snow were more like a guest army. The Orizon Mountains area of the Orizon Mountains turned out in full force. Although the number of beastmen was nothing in front of the super empires, they were all elites of the beastmen. And the 6 northern countries could not send out all their forces for a neighboring country. The 5 countries only sent out a total of about 200,000 soldiers, an average of 50,000 for each country. This was also the reason why the decisive battle was delayed. The humans were waiting for more reinforcements, while the beastmen had just stabilized their footing. They each had their own strategic goals, so they went their own ways. And Amont's current goal was to defeat Antun and solidify his position among the beastmen. The strategic goals of the humans and the beastmen did not conflict, so naturally the decisive battle was delayed. And many generals in the north hoped that the battle could be delayed until next spring, when their countries had finished preparing for war and had an obvious advantage in military strength. As for the Antun who was still waiting for reinforcements, Sluir's country was about to be destroyed. Who would care about his opinion? Of course, it was also impossible to confirm the fall of Antun. Weren't they discussing it now? Finally, the general was still singing that no one really believed in the theory of unity and victory. It was a waste of precious time. Someone could not stand it anymore. Enough! We are soldiers, not politicians who are bored enough to fight with their colleagues after drinking and drinking all day long. It was a middle-aged man with a dark face. His face was wrinkled and he was not tall. His long snow fox fur cloak dragged on the ground. But when he roared, the noisy hall quietened down. The mission of rescuing Antun will be undertaken by us, the kingdom of Kisomi alone. His tone sounded calm, but it was like thunder that shook the entire hall. Now, what the countries were avoiding was the risk of going against Amont's main force. The moment this dark-faced general appeared, he actually took on the most important mission. Look at the time, and you are still dragging your feet. We have reinforcements, but the orcs don't. There are at least thousands of orc tribes in the Orizon Mountains. Not every chief will give face to Amont and respond to the call of the allied forces. There are also some tribes that have a good relationship with us. But do you think that when those tribes feel that the humans are weak and easy to bully, and that the day of their counterattack is just around the corner, they will still not make a move? Sluir must be saved. Otherwise, if this precedent is set, the next time your country is invaded by other tribes, I am afraid that no one will save you. Take a step back. If the Sluir kingdom is really destroyed, the orcs will directly border your country. Do you have a fortress like Kamostir? At that time, the orcs' wolf riders will hunt on your plains, kill your civilians, burn your farms, and kidnap your children and women. Is this what you want? The general of the kingdom of Kisomi's voice became louder and louder. In the end, he was roaring angrily. All right, if you want to cower, then cower. When the time comes and you are on the sinner list, please don't drag me down with you. I, Einro, am not a coward. I will bear the burden of saving Antun. If you are still a soldier, no, if you are still a man, then hold back the other orcs for me. Restrain the other beastmen for me. Don't let them stop our decisive battle. Hearing this, the sleepy me finally became a little more awake. After listening to nonsense for the past 3 days, there was finally some substantive content. Who is he? He was assigned a mission while roaring. He is considered not bad among a bunch of trash. Don't these people think that the sky is the greatest and they are the second in command? Why are they so obedient? Is this black-faced guy famous? Of course, he is different from a nameless guy who was fooled for 3 days. He is a big shot on the list of meritorious generals. He can't be considered as a general of the kingdom of Kasomi. He was just transferred here. However, Black Bear Ainro is quite famous even in his own country, San Antonio. Amelia came here earlier than me. Since she didn't want to chase after the Rangers, she directly moved into Red Maple City. Indirectly, she became the temporary leader of Dongwon here. However, she seemed to be in a bad mood from the moment we met, and her words were full of sarcasm. Meritorious general list? What's that? And the sinner list that he mentioned? Looks like I am really an antique who can't keep up with the times. This thing existed in our era too. It's just that you didn't pay attention to it. You would probably know if I changed its name. The Fairies' Multidimensional Notebook. Oh, so it's something made by those fairies. They are as free as ever. Fairies were a natural magic race. Just by looking at their appearance, they looked similar to delicate elves. However, the tallest one of them was probably only a dozen centimeters tall. They could even dance on the palm of a human. There were many different types of fairies. There were winged fairies that grew wings. There were shadowy fairies that were adept at living in the shadows. There were many differences in personality, living habits, and living environment. However, if one were to find a common characteristic, it would probably be that they were extremely talkative and loved to gossip. Their people were spread all over the continent. As a naturally neutral race, the fairies had a good relationship with all other races. They had their own merchant associations and workshops in various places. In human countries, fairy refinement was a real golden signboard. At the same time, their merchant associations were the best information brokers. As long as one could pay the price, there was no secret that couldn't be bought from the hands of the fairies. The fairy notebook that Heloise mentioned was created by the fairies. Some of the major events and important figures in history were recorded by the fairies. The Meritorious General List is a sublist made by the fairies. It is the current famous generals of the continent. It is said that they are assigned according to their achievements and positions. This is obviously disadvantageous to small countries, so there is a lot of exaggeration. However, this list also has a mother list, the Historical Generals List, also known as the God of War list. This is a ranking of all the famous generals in history. This is very convincing. Those who can be ranked in the top 100 when they were alive are basically the national treasures of each country. Historical figures, ancient famous generals. Hearing this, I felt like I had some unnecessary thoughts. Then you died too early when you were a human. You probably didn't even have the chance to be on the Meritorious General List. However, in reality, you have always been on an even more famous list, and your ranking is quite high. Hearing this, I couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This was a list that was even more famous than the famous generals in history. Could it be that I was also a famous person in history? Wasn't the purpose of a person's life to leave behind their own traces? Could it be that I had somehow left behind a thick stroke in history? This was such a pleasant surprise. What list? The 99 Calamity Rankings. You are ranked 33rd, the Undying Roland. My expression immediately darkened. I knew about this list. Those who were on it were all super troublesome. They were known as moving calamities, walking plagues. They would bring disaster wherever they went. When this disaster was dangerous enough and no one was able to stop them, then they would be on this list. This is a natural disaster. Humans are unable to resist it. If you see it, then run. If you really meet it, then you can only blame it on your misfortune. This list was called the Calamity Rankings. I have another identity. Since even Roland was on the list, then Emperor Yongya's identity should be on the list as well. No, I wasn't on the list from the start. From the looks of it now, the Pixies probably merged the two identities together. Anyway, they never explained themselves. If you want further information, then the price is really high. Tisk, I've been seen through. Isn't it normal to be seen through? Did you hide it? Using the Mist's war flag as the Royal Guard's war flag. Do you really think that others are fools? I nodded. I indeed didn't hide it. Since I decided to take revenge back then, I should at least let my opponent know why I killed him. Now that I thought about it, it was only natural that the Pixies, who had so many eyes and ears, saw through my disguise. I just didn't know how much money they had earned by using my information over the years. Actually, there are quite a few familiar faces on the list. The new one on the list is a red dragon named Molly. She's causing destruction everywhere. You should know her, right? There's also the demon professor, Heloise, ranked 46th. From this name, it can be seen that she doesn't have much destructive power. The main reason why she's ranked is because she has taught quite a few good students. For example, you. What's your rank? I exclaimed that the former dragon Queen Molly was indeed tenacious. She couldn't survive in the underground, so she ran to the surface to stir up trouble. I asked with a face full of certainty. Since Heloise and I were on the list, Amelia in front of me shouldn't be able to escape. The last time I checked, it was 57th, the super willful witch of the storm mood. I was originally ranked 69th, but 3 of my friends who were ahead of me died. One of them was killed by me, so I jumped again and rose 12 ranks in a row. A certain someone said gleefully, but she did have a reason to be gleeful. That's great. This title sounds much better than mine. What do you mean by indestructible? It doesn't sound impressive at all. Can I request to change my title? You think my title sounds good too? Hee hee, you know what's good for you. Others actually said that it doesn't match with me. How infuriating. But no matter how nice your words sound, I won't give this title to you. Damn it, you actually found out. Then, can you contact the Vixen? This title sounds so bad. You should at least change it to something more impressive. For example, the peerless, naturally intelligent, and forever loved by everyone's Roland. The super stupid, super selfish, super unpopular Roland? Leave it to me. I'll contact the Vixen. Since the Vixen likes to pursue the truth, this title should be acceptable. We were helpless against our daily bickering. Rain and the others on the side had helpless expressions on their faces. What the heck was going on? The general above was spitting saliva everywhere as he announced his strategic decision. These two were way too out of the loop. However, I knew that I already knew what I needed to know over the past 3 days. If I continued watching like this, I would really become cannon fodder that would listen to others' commands. And so I stood up. Einro, your plans are basically suicidal. I have some new suggestions and secret information here. Perhaps it's time to listen to my opinion. Chapter 153. This black general's name was Ein Luo. His head was like a black tiger, his face was like a millstone, his body was like an iron tower, and he had a pair of big eyes like copper bells. He had a flat nose and wide ears, and he breathed like a bull. His tiger-like eyes were filled with power, and he was extremely domineering. He had spent his entire life in the army, and he was ranked 91st on the list of meritorious generals. He was a famous vanguard general, and he never gave up in a bloody battle. He was once hit by 18 arrows, but he did not fall. He risked his life to capture the city gate, and he was known as Little Blackie. Standing in front of him was a rather young, white-faced general. He looked like he was about 17 or 18 years old, but in the eyes of the veterans in the army, he was still a child. He held a mithril holy sword, a golden tiger-winged helmet, and a silver chainmail inlaid with jade. On his feet were thick boots made of dragon skin. His face was full of peach blossoms, and he wore luxurious clothes and a sword. He was really good-looking, but if you looked closely, you would notice that he was less majestic. His face was more feminine, white like jade, pink skin, red lips, and a smile on his lips. He looked more like a prostitute than a general. If you looked down on him because of his appearance, you would be making a big mistake. The silver sword in his hand was the famous Pale Justice, and it had cut down evil dragons and liches. Think about it, the sword chooses its master. Can an ordinary person hold this sword? Can this person be an ordinary person? The silver armored general's full name was Roland. He was not even 16 years old, but he had already spent half of his life on the battlefield. He was a famous young general, and people called him the Silver Dragon. Don't be fooled by his young face. He could go out of the palace hall and into the kitchen. His silver sword was stained with the blood of villains, and his illustrious achievements shocked the whole of Aichi. Even that pair of dragon skin boots was taken from the super evil 9-headed dragon that hunted in the wilderness. How could such a person be simple? These two generals were famous for their bad tempers, and they were even more famous for being stubborn and not listening to advice. Now that the two of them had different opinions about the war, they naturally drew their weapons and fought each other. It could be said that they were really at each other's throats. The feng shui of the black and white generals were originally at odds with each other, and their grievances were deep. With the eruption, it was like a black tiger fighting a white dragon. It was a battle between a dragon and a tiger. In the main hall, at the center of the stage, the two of them glared at each other. The black-faced one felt that the white-faced one's face was too tender and unreliable, while the white-faced one felt that the black-faced one was too ugly and frightening. For a moment, a murderous aura and a domineering aura filled the air. Finally, the two of them walked closer and closer until they were face to face, eye to eye, and then their lips collided. Yes, they actually clashed together because they appreciated each other's talent. This is the victory of the Great Spirit. This was the final victory of the Fujoshi. At that moment, Roland felt that he had inherited the glorious tradition of all philosophers. Abu Gauha, a famous gay man, and Billy King, an even more famous gay man, had their souls possessed at this moment. Roland represents the long history and tradition of heterosexuality in Aichi. At this moment, he is not fighting alone. He is not alone. Eliza, it's one thing for you to read books in my ear, but now you're talking about all this nonsense. I'm going to send you back to the abyss immediately. I mean what I say. I roared angrily in my heart. The next moment, Eliza, who was intentionally making up stories and then suddenly being possessed by a certain narrator, finally shut up. Yep, those were all stories that Eliza made up on the spot. They were definitely not true. I was never a gay man, definitely not. Now that my ear had quieted down, I was also in the mood to consider the opponent before me. Black Bear Einro Suan from San Antonio, 44 years old, Earl of Military Merit, 27 years in the Army. He rose step by step from an ordinary knight to a general. He often takes the lead and leads the charge. His most famous battle achievement is that he led the army to traverse several hundred kilometers of mountain roads in a single night, breaking through the encirclement set up by the neighboring country and counterattacking the enemy's 4 cities. Comments on the famous general's ranking: an experienced veteran general. His tactics are experienced and orthodox. He doesn't like to use surprise attacks. He doesn't have any particularly brilliant strategies, but he also doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. He has never suffered major defeats. He dares to fight at critical moments and is able to fight his way out of desperate situations. He's a brave general, not a wise one. Eliza's strong point was that although she usually had a sharp tongue and often gave me surprises, she would never make any mistakes when it came to proper business. I asked her to provide me information on the enemy. Although she gave me a bunch of random information, she also gave me what I wanted. A practical general who isn't an academic? Doesn't that mean he's an antique? That's rather troublesome. No weaknesses and no strengths? Isn't that just another way of saying that he's full of weaknesses? May I ask what you think an academic military strategist is? A bookworm who only knows how to use classic tactics. All he needs to do is draw a circle and the enemy will crawl into it. He's super easy to deal with. Do you want to know your own evaluation? One of them is about how you use troops. Yep, you have one? Of course. I'm intending to buy one from the fairies when I get back. It's great that you have one. Undying Roland Mist, the last prince of the Mist Kingdom. His other famous identity is the strongest undead mage in recent times, Emperor Yong. He's also the direct creator of the Shilua Empire and the highest leader in name. He's ranked 33rd on the Calamity rankings because of this. As for why he's called Undying, it's because he has an inconceivable ability to revive. He's also one of the few existences who's able to reincarnate and retain his sense of self. He's also the only existence who can revive multiple times. According to an insider, he's incredibly sly and holds grudges. If you're unlucky enough to meet him and offend him, it's said that he'll unhesitatingly use 100 years to take revenge. And if you really do offend him, he'll definitely be undying. That's why I hope you're on your own. Of course, you can also consider our Fairy Insurance's life insurance service. It's impossible for us to help you, but we can at least send the insurance to your descendants. According to unverifiable information, the latest information from this year, he once transformed into the Baron Black Hand Roland Chainham and the Aurora Sword Saint Rollo Timbor to travel around the world. Before the reason why he's undying is revealed, it'll probably be the end of the world. He'll still be alive and well. I'll say it again, don't ever offend him. Otherwise, when you're old, this incredibly shameless scammer of love might come looking for your granddaughter to date. This is the exact words of an insider who claims to have been scammed by him in the past. The insider is said to be his senior schoolmate. This information is highly reliable. From this, it can be seen that he's quite a playboy. All right then, should I exclaim that I've finally found a soulmate? Although this sounded like a disgusting description of a creature that couldn't die no matter what, and although this description was filled with malice, at least some secrets were correct. And then I viciously glared at Amelia, who was pretending to be innocent. A senior schoolmate whose feelings were scammed? Amelia, no matter how you think about it, it's always you. You actually dare to slander me? At the very least, my angry glare was met with a cold sneer from a certain senior schoolmate. At the very least, you should give me half of the information fee. Why are you taking this free money for yourself? Is that the point? Hey, Roland, you're even more shameless than before. All right, I ignored the astonished Amelia and brought my attention back to the main topic at hand. Eliza was still reading the information about me. No matter if he's the prince of the Mist Kingdom, Emperor Yongya, or even the Baron Black Hand, he has records of leading armies in battle, and his tactics are basically the same. One of the main reasons why Yongya was able to sweep through all the countries was because of his outstanding military strategy. Yongya loved to use surprise troops, but he wasn't afraid of direct combat. Yongya's most obvious trait was that he wouldn't fight head-on unless he had absolute confidence in winning. The most typical example would be when he fought against the Elven Kingdom of Sobe. The Elven Kingdom's main army was 3 times larger than his, and they even had the Radiance Blade Elite Army, which was the bane of the undead. However, Yongya sent out a large number of elite troops to harass and restrain the Elven Kingdom's main army. The Elven Kingdom's main army was split into small groups, and the Elven Kingdom's main army was forced to stall for 1.5 years. In the end, the Elven Kingdom's undead army was able to obtain victory through battle. It would seem that my evaluation of Yongya was quite accurate. At the very least, I didn't miss out on the battle that I was most proud of. Yongya's tactics weren't anything new. It was nothing more than a variation of guerrilla warfare. However, only the undead who weren't afraid of sacrificing themselves would be able to carry out such suicidal harassment tactics to the end. When he was a human prince, Yongya left behind some of his books. Guerrilla tactics, gathering intelligence, is the #1 task in war. Our goal is the sea of stars. Be a coward before you can win. Yongye's flexible and ever-changing tactics had a deep influence on the later generations. Yongye's books mention the Beast Slaughter Order, which was a long-term bounty system that used human heads in exchange for bounty money. Although there was endless criticism, it had a major impact on the later generations. Yongye's plan to use his elite aerial cavalry to attack the Beastman tribes and cut off their retreat route, as well as poison and pollute their water sources, gave Yongye a fearsome reputation among the Beastmen. However, from a certain standpoint, the Beastman tribes, who suffered the greatest loss in history, also had the longest period of peace in modern times. The Northlands were peaceful for more than 50 years, but it was also because of this that the Beastman tribes, which recovered their vitality, became strong once again. That was why the Beastmen invaded the south on the largest scale in the past 1,000 years. Due to Yongye's excellent tactics, his military theories and tactics had a great influence, and his outstanding military achievements. Yongye was once ranked 68th on the list of famous generals in history. However, due to the protests of various countries that had historical ties with him and the pressure from the various gods' churches, Yongye was finally removed from the list. However, Yongye's military achievements and ability to command troops were indeed on the war god ranking. Also, due to his indestructible nature, he would probably remain in the top 40 of the list for a long time. I didn't know how to evaluate Yongye's words. In the end, I could only sigh that I was too young back then and that I was too extreme in my actions. However, from a certain standpoint, I felt a little more confident. I didn't believe that the dark-skinned big guy wouldn't buy my information. Since he knew about my information, he would more or less feel a little guilty. After all, Yongye was ranked last on the list of famous generals in history, while I was evaluated as a famous general in history. With such a comparison, it was natural that I was ranked higher. Among those in the same profession, it was natural that those who were more famous and powerful would speak more forcefully. At this moment, Yongye seemed to have become uncomfortable with the silence after my words, so he took the initiative to ask me a question. His words were respectful, but his tone was a little harsh. "Your Highness Roland, may I know what you think is wrong with my strategy? Please enlighten me." I smiled as I looked at Yongye's serious expression. In that case, since it was time for negotiation, I would do the same thing as before. First, I would throw out a heavy bomb to scare him. If you only look at the enemy on paper, you aren't wrong. In fact, your strategy is quite appropriate. As long as you execute it well, you have at least an 80% chance of winning. Hearing this, Yongye seemed to think that he had received my praise. He rubbed his chin and smiled. However, I didn't finish my sentence. For the past 3 days, my scouts had been constantly traveling around and gathering information from all sides. Only after enough information had been gathered would I make a judgment. But I still have to say that your strategy is basically sending your soldiers to their deaths. You only see the threat on the chessboard, but you've completely forgotten about the other players who haven't entered the game yet. The Earth Elemental God Omdroken has always been supporting the Blood Axe tribe. Do you think that they won't interfere in such an important battle like attacking Antun? I personally witnessed the formation of Rain City in the Ottoman Empire. The Water Elemental God and her people directly participated in the invasion of the Ottoman Empire. They don't have many restrictions, so it would be foolish to underestimate any of the ancient evil gods. In my opinion, when your army is fighting against the enemy, the earthquake and the sudden appearance of the Earth Elemental God would be the best ambush. At this point, everyone's faces had already turned ashen. It was obvious that they had long since forgotten about the existence of the ancient evil gods and believed that they wouldn't interfere in a battle between mortals. Looking at Yongye's shocked expression, I laughed. Since I had the right to speak, then my next information bomb would be even more frightening. Blindly advancing without sufficient information support, I think that you're completely suicidal, and you've missed out on more than just one point. Yongya wanted to argue, but after hesitating for a moment, he finally shook his head and didn't say anything. Missing out on Androken is only one of the reasons for your defeat, and it's not the most fatal. I know that you've definitely made preparations, so don't refute me. But you've also missed out on a dangerous opponent. No, from the very start, you've never treated them as enemies. On the contrary, in your eyes, they're trustworthy allies. After all, we haven't had a war for so many years. You're saying? Impossible. Could it be from the west? Could it be that the Wolf King is heading there? No, it's indeed possible. Recently, their situation has been very strange. If that's the case, then the Wolf King's movements can be explained. As soon as I finished speaking, all the generals present stood up. This time, the black-faced Yongya was so shocked that his face paled. If this information was true, the entire world would be shocked. Yes, Iman's influence is far greater than you've expected. Wolf King Sostero and Fox Sage are both his hardcore supporters. They've split their forces and headed west, intending to open up Fort Akisi from the back, allowing the Elven army to enter. Yes, you're right. Our most trustworthy allies with long ears have decided to stand on the opposite side from the start. They have too many grievances to settle with us. The elves are about to declare war on the humans, and the elven gods are about to start a divine war against the human gods. And our northern lands are about to become the battlefield of the divine war. Chapter 154. Beautiful and long-lived elves lived in peaceful forests. Pure and kind, they lived a simple and self-sufficient life, living in harmony with nature. Once the world was threatened by evil, they would not hesitate to fight it to the end. Fairy tales should be told to children. If such a race that was pure to the point of stupidity really existed in this cruel world, they would have long been tricked into becoming cannon fodder in some grand battle and perished. In Aichi, these long-eared fellows were doing quite well. They may be beautiful, but they were not kind or stupid. As a powerful race, for the benefit of the race, they had plenty of underhanded methods. Pure and kind? Which plane of existence are these elves from? My impression of elves is that they're a bunch of narrow-minded, long-eared creatures. They're pretty and live for a long time, but they're not pure or kind at all. They're arrogant, unreasonable, and vengeful. Those are the three most typical characteristics. Arrogance came from their history. As a race that once occupied more than 70% of the continent, when the elven gods were the most powerful gods in the world, they used to have everything. They regarded the short-lived humans as nouveau riche with no background. Their long lifespan, long heritage, magic and martial arts heritage all gave them the right to look down on other races. Like the fairies, the elves also had many branches. But unlike the fairies, whose members were almost equal, the elves had a very strong concept of hierarchy. Bloodline represented rank, and this rank could not be surpassed. Like the first generation of humans, the Golden Race, the High Elves had gone extinct. However, their direct descendants, creations, the Wood Elves, Moon Elves, Night Elves, and Silver Elves were the four major elven aristocrats above the ordinary elves. In this era, they had all built their own kingdoms and had at least the status of a noble. It was worth mentioning that Heloise, the princess of the ancient elven empire, was a high elf who had gone extinct long ago. They were the legendary Golden Elves. The cultural heritage they left behind was a treasure that all the elven empires coveted. Many elven royal families claimed that they were descendants of the ancient elven empire. Of course, even the elves themselves would not take it seriously. After all, everyone did things like glorifying their ancestors. However, to the extent that even they themselves believed it was ridiculous, it was a good thing that the Sunmira race did not exist in this world. History and reality were often quite different. Legends said that the Gold Elves were perfect and pure, yet Heloise was like this. We all knew that the truth was often cruel. Princes were often perverts, while princesses were either brainless or just flower vases. Silly cat, if you dare to bite me, I'll throw you into a gnome cannon and shoot you out right now. I mean what I say. Cuff, where did I get dark? Yep. Since the topic had been brought up, let's continue with the dark elves. From a certain standpoint, it really was a dark elf this time. Dark elves were actually an extension of the elves' strange hierarchy and rules. There were no dark elves in this world until the night elves were banished to the underworld. The elven gods banished Rose, and the 3 elven nobles joined forces to banish the night elves. The reason? It was said that they had stepped into a taboo and were in cahoots with chaos. As for what the taboo was, I did not know. However, based on the strange birth rate of the dark elves, it was most likely that their bloodline had been altered. In modern times, other than the people involved, the gods, no one could say for sure. The 4 noble elves were superior elves of the silver bloodline, the weakest of the silver bloodlines. Even they were forbidden from intermarrying. In the ancient elven empire, they were not even allowed to converse or engage in work that was not regulated by their race. The gold elves were kings, the silver elves were natural warriors. The wood elves were priests who communicated with nature. The moon elves were the administrative hub of the entire race, and the night elves were responsible for the shadowy business. As for the other intermediate elves, low elves, and the mixed-blood wild elves who were viewed as a disgrace, they were definitely the vassals of the 4 noble elves. Most of them were of the bronze race, while the mixed-blood wild elves were of the iron race. However, there were a few mutants who had the potential to surpass the superior elves. The rules set by the ancient elven empire were still brought up by many antiques. The 4 superior elves served the gold elves, while the other elves served the 4 superior elves. This social structure was viewed as the foundation of elven society. When a person's future was determined by their birth, the metabolism of this society would be inconceivably slow. The gap between the various social classes would only grow larger and larger, and conflicts would only remain hidden and not disappear. All right, the superior elves were all of the silver race, while the ordinary elves were all of the bronze race and iron race. Compared to the unranked humans, the elves were indeed powerful in the past. They did have the advantage of looking down on other races. The only thing that restricted them was their extremely low fertility rate and long growth period. This was also the main reason why Kolos, as a wild elf, felt uneasy when she saw the wood elf Kelly. Even though the wood elf race had declined, the restraint that was trapped in her bloodline still made her feel uneasy when facing the superior elves. This kind of social structure undoubtedly had a fatal hidden danger. When the ancient elven empire was destroyed and when the gold elves went extinct, the top of the pyramid was lost. Without a doubt, the 4 superior elves became the new top, and a country with 4 top powers would undoubtedly be the cause of the future division. Even the elven gods were divided into 4. So how could the country not be divided in the future? From the description of Heloise, the person who bore a deep grudge against her, the reason why the ancient elven empire was destroyed and the empire divided was closely related to the current order gods, especially the elven gods. But I have to say, from a certain perspective, they did ask for it. The gold elves were originally an ancient species. In their eyes, it was natural for them to not give face to the younger generation of true gods. Before becoming a god, they were my vassals. In the blink of an eye, they turned their backs on me. When this kind of thinking was widespread, the true gods really turned their backs on them. But ironically, this also became the point where the elven race turned from prosperity to decline. If the elven race didn't have internal strife, naturally, there wouldn't be the rise of the humans. Let us ignore the long process and look at the results directly. After a series of changes, the gold elves were all dead. The current elven race was divided into hundreds of kingdoms that spread across the entire world. The 4 superior elves weren't much better off either. Among them, the night elves were reduced to the dark elves of the underground world. The wood elves had long declined to the point where they didn't even have their own kingdom. Although the moon elves and silver elves were the main forces of the royal families of the kingdom of the elves, due to the many grudges between them, the relationship between the 2 parties couldn't be considered good. According to what I know, The few kingdoms of the elves at the western border of the northern lands are all led by the Moon Kingdom of the elves. They have always claimed that they are the only direct descendants of the ancient elven empire. There are 4 of them who claim to be the elven kings. In the entire northern lands, I am probably the one who understands the elves the most. But it isn't a good thing to understand them. The one who understands you the most is usually your mortal enemy. The grudges between me and them are extremely deep. As the victors of the last holy war 1,700 years ago, the humans occupied the most fertile land in the entire continent. As the losers, the other races didn't fare as well. The water tribe went to the deep sea and became the sea tribe. The beast men were chased into the frozen lands of the northern lands. Even the elves, who were also part of the law of order, could only close their borders in the face of the overbearing human kingdoms. Allies? Allies will chase you into remote areas and forests. Allies will organize hunting parties and make your people into the best sellers in the slave market. Allies will first learn your magic and knowledge, and then turn on you in the blink of an eye. Allies will restrict your supply of resources and use worthless salt to exchange for our precious magical artifacts. There was no need to say anything else. From the perspective of the entire species, the humans were indeed quite unkind. Not mentioning anything else, just the slave trade alone had thoroughly offended the elves. Many nobles of the northern lands took pride in keeping female elves as slaves. In fact, they even tried to get their hands on the superior elves. The natural and pleasant wood elves, the pure and holy moon elves, and the valiant silver elves had all been auctioned for sky-high prices, which led to several wars. Humans would turn to dust in 100 years, but the elves wouldn't. Coincidentally, the elves were famous for their excellent memory, and this memory naturally included grudges. The grudges of their grandparents from 3 generations ago were like yesterday to the elves. If their enemies were no longer around, they could still find other families or countries to take revenge on. But if they were gone, then they might as well hang their grudges under the entire human species. When hatred and grudges accumulated to a certain extent, there would be a day when it would erupt. And if it were to erupt during times of peace, the Order gods wouldn't ignore it. And the Order gods, with the human gods as the main force, would most likely continue to side with the humans. Thus, the timing of the eruption was fixed from the very start. It could only happen during the Holy War, and when the final obstacle, the elven gods, made up their minds to change factions, what else could stop the elves from breaking off from the humans? Since the elven gods were able to betray their original masters, it wouldn't matter if they betrayed their allies once more. For those who had experienced betrayal before, loyalty was meaningless. Whether they would betray their allies a second time or not would depend on whether the price offered by their new opponents was high enough. The above information could be deduced by those who were observant, but there was something else that I found out myself. Key of the Moon Plan. It seemed like a beautiful name, but in reality it was literally the door to the Moon Plan. The core of the plan was simple: to prepare for the Holy War and open the door to the Central Plains. And 300 years ago, the door to the north was blocked by a powerful country. And to the elves, 300 years was like yesterday. Yes, the destruction of the Mist Kingdom couldn't have been helped by the elves in the dark. That cardinal who wanted to harm me even received 2 female silver elves who came to him of their own accord. From the very start, the destruction of the Mist Kingdom wasn't due to a powerful enemy, but rather the backstabbing. The backstabbing came from both the human kingdom and the pure and kind elven allies. It wasn't easy to destroy a country. Back then, it was due to the collusion of many scheming people that the Mist Kingdom was ultimately destroyed. In my second life, I incarnated as the Baron Black Hand, Roland Charnham. Yep, it's a homonym for investigating the inside story. However, I also fell on the path of investigation, and the ones who did it were the armies of the Kingdom of the Elves. In my third life, when I was Roland, I traveled to quite a few of the Kingdom of the Elves and collected quite a bit of information from the Elven Kingdom's archives and libraries. I even visited many small places, like the Elven Palace. This led to the Yongia army's frenzied vengeance, and the kingdom of the elves became my first choice for vengeance. At the height of my frenzy, I was still hesitant to destroy the human kingdoms with forbidden spells, but I didn't hesitate to use them on the elves, wiping out several elven kingdoms. Based on the elves' vengeful personality, I would probably forever be at the top of their wanted list, and it was inevitable that they would seek me out for vengeance. Of course, it isn't a good habit to make judgments based on subjective impressions. However, I was wary of the elves from the very start, so when I heard that the Wolf King was heading west, I had already sent out scouts and rangers. The elven scouts under me also brought back sufficient intelligence for me. I have been here for 3 days, waiting for the report from my scouts. The Moonblade army of the Tassel Kingdom of the Elves has already left their encampment and headed east. The other kingdom of the elves are also doing the same. Do you think that those long ears are here to help us? It is impossible for there to be no news of the unusual movements in the kingdom of the elves. The collaboration between the elven gods and the malevolent gods of chaos has been noticed by the Order gods. The announcements and warnings from the church have been frequent in recent years. The moment my judgment came out, while everyone was shocked, they skipped the questioning phase and started thinking about how to deal with it. How is this possible? Aren't the elves and beastmen enemies? Are you dumb? As long as there is a common enemy, enemies can become allies. Besides allies, ask the female elves in your house first. It can't be that all the elves intend to break off their relationship with the humans. Which race is it, or is it just a tribe? Don't be in a hurry to make a judgment. We have to check the authenticity first. Your Highness, I don't know if I am doubting you, but can you provide more relevant intelligence? Amidst the clamor, I turned around and left, intending to leave immediately. The intelligence that I threw out this time is too important. The generals of the various countries need to check the authenticity and organize their reports, so that this blind march that is destined to fail will definitely be stopped. This has already achieved my goal. Under the current chaotic situation, it is impossible for anything to be discussed today. I still have many things to do, so I don't have the mood to waste my time with them. These fellows can't be counted on at all. The Borealis should be arriving soon. Since the reinforcements have arrived this time, it is time for us to go all out. New weapons, new battle tactics, new battle occupations will definitely change the entire world. Let this unavoidable war become my new experimental field. Chapter 155. The Akisi fortress was known by the elves as Shinka Eagle Shinka. In the elven language, it meant land of sin. As the closest human fortress to the northern elven kingdom, it was the only way to the elven kingdoms, as well as the countless slave hunters. Naturally, it was the largest slave trading center in the entire northern elven kingdom. In the region where many elves lived, the elves in the northern lands were considered relatively weak. Furthermore, the neighboring kingdom of Slur was only a small country in the northern lands. It was powerless and didn't want to obstruct the trade of merchants from other countries. Thus, this trade route became a disaster area for the elven trade. Second-hand dealers with connections, agents who picked up fresh and special goods for the major nobles, mercenaries who had no bottom line waiting to be hired, and the city guards and soldiers who were bribed to turn a blind eye to what was going on. From a certain point of view, the elves weren't wrong to call this place a land of sins. When the profits exceeded 100%, the merchants dared to take risks. When the profits exceeded 3,000%, the merchants dared to trample all the laws in the world. Young elves, elven males, elven females, ordinary elves, superior elves, half-elves, and so on brought in huge profits. Every year, there would always be guests coming and going. From a certain standpoint, the reason why the Mist Kingdom was hated by so many back then was also an important reason why they blocked the elven trade. Ironically, in order to destroy this country, the elves even sent their own noble daughters to the Mist Kingdom. In the end, the Mist Kingdom's gates were opened, but the heartless bandits were also able to enter. Was this what the decision-makers of the Mist Kingdom hoped for? Of course, if you asked him, you wouldn't get an answer. That was because he and his kingdom were frozen in ice. The Ice Age could still keep them fresh for a few hundred years, and they might even thaw one day. But today, this blood-stained fortress finally welcomed its end. Of course, there were also the slave traders. When the Beastmen army suddenly attacked from the back, the Moonblade army of the Kingdom of the Elves suddenly attacked a merchant's temporary camp. They were here to rescue their kidnapped princess. When the kidnapped Moon Elf princess was found in the underground chamber of the merchant group, all the elves present were furious, and their small-scale attack immediately escalated into a riot. Under the incitement of some people, the elven slaves also rioted. They killed the prison guards and the guards of the merchant caravan, seized the weapons, and opened the city gates. Then there was the inevitable ethnic cleansing. This time, the proud elves didn't reject the Beastmen's help. They felt that the Beastmen's actions were more satisfying and even praised the Beastmen's brutal killing methods. Soon, a resignation letter was about to be handed over to Antoon, who was being attacked by the orcs. The Kingdom of the Elves and the 3 Elven kingdoms officially declared war on Slúair. The sudden war between the third parties shocked the whole world. Countless letters floated to the north like snowflakes. The messengers of the church moved back and forth, but the channels of communication were blocked from the beginning. At this moment, in the Tassel Kingdom's Moonblade Squad's place of protection, the leader of the Moonblade Squad, Alvin New Leaf, had a worried expression on his face. As far as he could see, a wounded moon elf girl was sleeping soundly on a bed in a room. "Your Majesty, you're too cruel. Her Highness Swana is still underage. She's your only daughter." As a moon elf noble, Alvin was related by blood to the Tassel Kingdom's Prince Adrian. From a certain standpoint, this wounded moon elf princess was his biological niece. As the executor of the Key of the Moon project, while the other elves were angrily hanging the slave merchants to death, Alvin knew the entire story. Those damned old bastards, they actually forced Her Highness Swana to her death. Swana New Moon, the princess of the Tassel Kingdom, was the only descendant of the current Elven king. In order to pass the war plan and obtain the support of the Elven Senate, she became a sacrificial pawn in a political exchange. The next Elven king would be the nephew of the Elven Senate's first elder. As for why Swana became a sacrificial pawn, apart from the exchange of political benefits, the more important reason was that the young Swana was the leader of the Peace faction. Around her, there was a group of elves who supported the Peace faction. If Swana, who was deeply loved by the elves, was killed, it would incite all the elves' anger and hatred. With the elves' anger unable to be quelled, there would be no more obstacles to this war. In order for Swana to truly have the desired effect, the cruel plotters chose the cruelest slave merchants and the most disgusting buyers. A single well-planned encounter with a vicious slave hunter caused the noble princess to end up like this. Water, water. Her weak shout caused all the female officials present to hurriedly take action. Alvin finally couldn't bear to watch the princess' pitiful state any longer. "Your Highness, if you have any other requests, just tell me directly. I, Alvin, will definitely do it for you." Swana's body and mind were both severely injured. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that it was impossible for Swana to survive. In the end, Alvin, who couldn't bear to watch any longer, made his own promise. This would be his final limit. He decided to do whatever it took to fulfill the princess' expectations. Revenge. Revenge. Hearing this, Alvin was stunned, inexplicably suffering such misfortune. It was no wonder that the heart of the little princess, who was originally anti-war, was also filled with resentment. However, the pitiful her still didn't know who the real enemy was. Swana's dry lips slightly opened and closed, as if she wanted to say something, but she was too weak to say anything. Alvin hurriedly moved closer, only to hear the mosquito-like moans. "No, don't avenge me. I want peace. I don't want war." Her originally fair face was full of knife scars. After struggling to finish her last wish, she was sure that her uncle had heard her. The most beautiful rose in the tassel lost its last color of blood. She gave up her yearning for survival, withered, and died. When the news of the death of the beloved Swana of the elves spread, all the elves fell into a frenzy. Her Highness is dead. Her Highness is actually dead. It's all because of those damn humans that Her Highness ended up like this. Revenge. Blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. How can these villains be enough? We will use the blood of their wives and daughters as a sacrifice to Her Highness Swana's soul in heaven. No, the elves' revenge is 10 times the amount. We will use 10 times the amount of blood as a sacrifice. Angry roars echoed through the sky. Even the gentle female officials were declaring that they would not hesitate to take revenge. Among everyone, the only one who heard Swana's last words was Alvin, but he had nothing to say. He felt the world spinning around him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he thought too much and his brain was in a daze. He still couldn't say a single word. Your Highness, please forgive me. I'm afraid that I'm going to say something wrong. No one can stop now. And this time, I'm fighting against the destroyer of the country. Perhaps I'll be able to apologize to you in person very soon. When the news of Swana's death and the elves' declaration of war arrived, I wasn't surprised at all. I should say that if my inference was correct, and the elves really intended to betray the Order faction, Swana would definitely die, and most likely, she would die a horrible death. The reason? Actually, there wasn't much of a reason. At the very least, they needed a reason to start a war. This was especially so for the elves, a race that believed themselves to be righteous and peace-loving. They needed a reason that everyone could accept. Swana herself was the perfect sacrifice. She had a great reputation, and she had always been against war. She advocated living in harmony with humans, hoping to solve all problems through communication. She had long since become a thorn in the side of the pro-war faction and even the elven gods. Why did I know about her? Was I familiar with her? When she was born, I was imprisoned in Sulphur Mountain City. I didn't have any contact with her, nor did I know her, but I did know about her. As expected, the real world isn't so dramatic. The lucky Swana was unable to become the Elven Empress. In the game's history, she was the leader of the pro-peace faction. She issued a series of inconceivably difficult, epic quests. With the combined help of elven and human players, she finally wiped out the pro-war faction, including her father and the Elder Council. She ascended to the throne and even competed for the position of Elven Empress in the future. Only then did the elves finally remain in the Order faction. Ever since I discovered that the 4 elemental gods weren't sealed by the players, according to the historical script, I knew that there were many idiotic traps in that so-called walkthrough. At the very least, the major events that the players participated in the game's history would definitely be completely different. Reality wasn't a game. This mistake gave me a huge blow to my head, and so I cleaned up the game's history. When I measured the game's history using the real world as the standard, I really did find many loopholes. The mysterious collapse of the 4 elemental gods was to give the players a greater sense of participation and accomplishment in the game's history. It also prevented enemies that were impossible to defeat in the early stages of the game. But, judging from the mysterious development of the story, it was likely that the game's scriptwriters had completely disregarded the truth and created the Hand of God. As for the legendary life of the Light of New Moon and Lucky Moon Empress Swana, it was even more inconceivable. How she got to know the player heroes in a desperate situation, how she exposed the series of conspiracies of her father and the Elder Council, how she finally reached a peace agreement, allowing the humans and elves to tide through the difficult times together, the coincidences within that could be used to buy a lottery ticket. The difficulty of breaking through the encirclement far exceeded that of the unarmed Dragon Slayer. That series of continuous twists and turns in the legendary story could definitely be written into a best-selling novel. Damn it, this is another trap. Looks like the scriptwriters were the ones who made the elven player stay in the Order faction. That's true, after all, that is a game. Who would be able to accept the sudden change of factions? But Aichi is a real world, and there are no so-called main characters in the story. But the continent of Aichi wasn't a game, and Swana wasn't the child of destiny. So, she died, and her death was incomparably pitiful. In the end, the truth of her death became the fuse for the war that she hated the most. Without a doubt, this was a perfect irony, and even more so a warning to me. I only have one chance left. If I fail this time, it will be over for me. Any kind of wishful thinking is unacceptable. Everything has to be considered in the worst case scenario. No matter how well prepared you are, it's never too much. But at this moment, I was a little regretful. It was best to know when to stop. Aren't you guys going overboard? I only requested a few pieces of equipment to complement my new job. What did you guys prepare for me? The person in front of me, the deputy captain of the Aurora, Pierre Papin, was currently demonstrating the equipment that I requested. Sailor equipment? Fake beast ears? Are you sure these are all weapons and equipment? What I want are individual communication devices and enchanted armor. Are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? The tight-fitting female sailor outfit was worn on the muscular man's body. The strong muscles beneath the tight-fitting outfit were so obvious that it was disgusting. Beneath the skirt were 2 thick legs. Furthermore, this muscular man who was wearing sunglasses had intentionally put on some cute fox ears and a tail. This scene was truly unbearable to look at. Yes, Your Highness, these are the equipment that you requested. Look, this fake ear has a built-in voice transmission spell. The magic bullet within it can provide more than 200 short-range calls. Also, it has an expanded ear design that can increase the transmission rate of sound waves. It's an extremely ingenious design. As for this personal enchanted armor, don't be fooled by its light weight. As long as the magic bullet within it is activated, it can become as hard as steel. Furthermore, it's so light that it can be used as undergarments. You can even add a layer of armor on top of it. With 2 layers of protection, you can feel more at ease. Also, this foxtail isn't just for decoration. There's a miniature energy pool within it that is sufficient to charge all the equipment on your body 3 times. It can be used by individual soldiers for more than 3 hours. Needless to say, I personally experimented with this equipment and was astonished to find that it was extremely effective. Many theoretical problems were easily solved and the completion rate was much higher than expected. Who's the designer? I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with him. Did our technology advance so quickly? Is it appropriate to use such advanced technology on something like this? Can't you be more normal and make a thin armor and a communication headset or something? The chief designer, Timmy Lade, also came. At that time, someone asked him, but his answer was only by being more discreet will it be of great use. Besides, cuteness is justice. It seemed that this was his insistence as a designer, and no one was able to convince him otherwise. At this point, Pierre shook his head regretfully. It wasn't because he was unable to convince the other party, but because the other party was unwilling to listen to his suggestion to add worship parts into the sample. It seems that people with different beliefs cannot make plans together. This little kid has never been able to understand the romance of giant steel warships and heavy cannons. Obviously, the worship girls are the most beautiful. But according to your instructions, he should be selling a simplified version of the enchanted armor and a communication beast ear to the allied armies. Yep, he has a very high opinion of your creativity and is full of praise for using the allied armies as a platform for experimentation. Little Timmy, I couldn't help but think of the little kid under my older sister's protection. I even suspected that his rise to fame was due to another hand of God. How did he grow up so quickly? It seems that many things have happened, but he's clearly a kid. Why do these designs remind him of an uncle with ill intentions? Wait, You said that he's selling a weakened version of the magic equipment to the Allied armies, including these messy things? Yep, there's a report from Lady Olivia about this. She asked you to look into it in detail. The products for sale this time are all from Timmy Late's designs. There are 27 types of beast ears, cat ears, dog ears, fox ears, and so on. There are 19 types of enchanted armor, one-piece swimsuits, bikinis, black sexy lingerie, and so on. There are 4 types of magic swords that can't be recharged in one go, 300 of them, and 4 types of magic explosive grenades, 2,000 of them. All of them are the weakened versions with special additives. The data can be directly sent back to the headquarters. May I ask, is there a problem? There's a huge problem. Can these things be sold? How am I supposed to face people tomorrow? The moment I thought of my men selling sexy lingerie to the generals of the various countries, I felt like digging a hole and burying myself in it. Perhaps this information would be sent back to the various countries tomorrow. Am I supposed to wait for everyone to laugh at me for walking down the path of a pervert? It's not too late yet. I must stop him. He should have left not long ago, right? Yep, just hurry up and stop him. It would be even better if he was alone. He would probably be treated as a child's prank. After all, adults would be able to understand the pranks of naughty children. Yep, they could barely understand it. Thinking of this, I felt a little relieved. No, Lord Shuedi came as well. He even volunteered to be the model. The last time I saw him, he was wearing a pink, midriff-bearing swimsuit with rabbit ears. I have to say, that was truly a tragedy. The researchers vomited on the spot. Your appearance isn't convincing at all. How much better can you be? Aha! Hurry up and stop him. Compared to the macho sailor suit in front of me, just imagining that stupid cow wearing a pink one-piece swimsuit was enough to blind everyone. Furthermore, he was even wearing rabbit ears to act cute. I felt that it was better for the world to be destroyed. At the very least, I wouldn't lose all my face because of this. Then, I knew that there was no need to stop him. Hurry up and chase after him. That beastman pervert escaped in that direction. Ugh, our brothers are vomiting from the disgust. Can we chase after him later? We must catch him before more victims appear. Where's the hunter? Let's chase after him. What's the point of chasing? Just follow the fainted and vomiting citizens. Even my little darling fainted from fright. He is a military dog that has been trained for close to 10 years. His dog eyes were blinded by the light. After taking a glance outside the window, I immediately covered my eyes and squatted down. You fellows really have no limits. Next month, I will transfer you all to the mines to dig holes. There was no need to mention the Tauren who was walking at the very front. The muscular man who was more than 2 meters tall was wearing a swimsuit designed for young girls. It was a complete blasphemy. There was no need to describe it at all. Just the way the muscles under the swimsuit trembled as he ran was enough to blind all onlookers. Behind him was a bunch of surprises. The goblin Kabbalah was wearing a white nurse's uniform that was trending these days. However, his entire being seemed to be on edge. No matter how one looked at him, he looked like a mental patient that needed to be taken care of. Cassio was wearing a black bikini. The centaur that covered his chest made it impossible for one to look at him directly. The left head of the 2-headed ogre had cat ears, while the right head had dog ears. He was also wearing a maid outfit, and his bloody mouth was smeared with bright red lipstick. As a maid lover, I was instantly blinded by his appearance. As for Beifong, he was currently very normal. His eyes were glowing as he looked at his companion, who was wearing the beast ears, as though he was considering whether to include him in the hunting range. From the bottom of my heart, I rejected the design of the beast ear communication device. With Beifong around, this was too dangerous. You bunch of bastards. I would rather all of you run around naked. Chapter 156. In my office, a debate was going on about truth and culture, and I was being challenged by the younger generation. A race that openly belittles the culture of other races has no future. Those stupid long ears are the most obvious example. When you see the new and foreign cultures as scourges and ferocious beasts, you have also sealed the door to your own advancement. Yeah, you're right. Being stuck in a rut will only lead to rigid thinking, and eventually, you will be eliminated by the times. That's why we need to learn from the cultural traditions of other races. Perhaps he might be seen as a punk today, vulgar and absurd, but in the eyes of future generations, he might be seen as a classic. Any artist that transcends the era at the very beginning will not be accepted by the times. Yeah, indeed, there are many such examples. Many of the current classics were also non-mainstream in the past. The non-mainstream bands of the past have now become superstars, and those weird jigsaw puzzles that were clearly malfunctioning are actually impressionist masterpieces. It's hard for an old antique like me to understand. Perhaps I will never be able to understand, but I will not hinder the development of new things. On the contrary, I will study and absorb them. It's great that you can understand. Your Highness, if we want to move forward into a new era of blooming flowers, we must acknowledge the culture and personal preferences of other races. Respecting and trying to understand is the beginning of all communication. And the reason why this world is so chaotic is because of the lack of people like you who are educated and reasonable. Little Timmy, you really know how to talk. I'm overjoyed. Then what about my design? It still won't do. Looking at the exasperated Timmy Lade, I smiled cruelly. You made me lose so much face. The whole world says that I'm a petty person who holds grudges, but I'll show you how I hold grudges. You said so much just to let your cat, ear communicator, beast tail energy pool, swimsuit series armor pass? Are you tired? Or do you think that I will be tricked so easily? Fine, I have always respected the traditions of other races. But are you sure that your perverted designs are all out of a normal aesthetic sense, and not to satisfy your own selfish desires? Do you dare to knock on your conscience and swear on your sister's reputation? All right, Timmy Lade was speechless, but I continued to add insult to injury. Besides, even if it's for your own selfish desires, your considerations are too simple. Everyone says that made costumes look good, and you know that I do like made costumes, but do you know how it feels to be wearing a made costume on a muscular man with a 3-foot waist? My corium dog eyes were blinded and my worldview was ruined. I stared at Eliza for the whole night before I recovered. You're simply too naive. You only think about the youthful cuteness of a bikini girl, but you haven't thought about how scary a bikini grandmother is. You only think about the youthful appearance of a sailor girl, but you haven't thought about the older female sorcerer in a sailor suit. Not to mention the uncles in bikinis who have hair on their legs and chest. My dog eyes were blinded, and I had a nightmare. This time, I wasn't spouting nonsense. I could even describe the scene in my dream. In my nightmare, a group of muscular men dressed in made costumes walked in a neat formation and saluted me. They raised their butts and walked like a cat, and they even raised their little witch wands and shouted slogans. Forget about "I will punish you on behalf of the moon," love and courage. But what about the mental pollution of Nico, Nico, Nico? I didn't take my medicine today, so I feel so cute. Also, don't tell me that I haven't studied before. What does it mean to raise one arm and shout, "Hey, King of Gentlemen"? That's too obvious of plagiarism. I am not the King of Gentlemen. My angry roar could be heard outside the walls, but that was only the beginning of my venting. Due to that strange military parade, I actually woke up in fright and couldn't sleep for half the night. I stared at Eliza with bloodshot eyes, making her think that I had gone completely insane. Hoodlums aren't scary, but it's scary that hoodlums are cultured. Perverts aren't scary, but it's scary that perverts are knowledgeable. Naughty children aren't scary, but it's scary that no one can beat them up. I had never been so pitiful in so many years. Even my reputation was developing in a strange direction. How could I not take revenge? Naughty children must be disciplined. The more twisted they are, the more they need to be corrected. Otherwise, they'll evolve into super naughty children sooner or later. Asterisk snap. Asterisk with a snap of my fingers, the door opened, and a group of muscular men entered. They were all muscular men, but they were all wearing Timlad's designs. All right, for the sake of today's lunch, I won't describe them in detail. At any rate, even if I closed my eyes in time, the sound of muscles clashing against each other was nauseating. I have a general idea of what you like. Since it's your own design, you should have a good taste. Wait, Your Highness, I know I was wrong. Ah, move your chest, it's so disgusting. Don't rub your oily face on me. My lord, save me, I was really wrong. Even if I closed my eyes early due to the blinding scene, the naughty children's screams were still delightful. Wrong? Play with your new friends for a few hours first. Bring them away. Little Tim lad, I'm sorry, this is His Highness' orders. But don't worry, the team leader has already approved your application to join the Gentleman Alliance. From now on, we'll all be brothers. When he and a few other corps members come down from the flagpole, we'll hold an induction ceremony for you. Everyone likes your designs, and from now on, your designs can be directly used by our team. You don't have to worry about not having enough research funds. Wait, when did I apply to join that perverts alliance? Don't touch me. I've done so much for the Mist Kingdom. I've bled for your Highness. You can't do this. You can't do this. Your Highness, I beg of you, please hang me up on the flagpole as well. Hearing his application to hang himself up on the flagpole, I could understand his remorse. This way, Tim Lad should have learned his lesson and would reconsider his actions in the future. Thus I made my decision. No way. A naughty child's promise? Even if I said it to the best of my heart, with the forgetful nature of naughty children, I'm sure that he would forget it in 2 days. If he didn't learn his lesson this time, he would probably make the same mistake again. I'll let him remember it for the rest of his life. Ah, sister, princess, your Highness, save me. Idiot, don't touch my butt. Ah, my first kiss. I was going to save it for sister. All right, that scream was really delightful. Hearing this naughty child scream, I finally regained my senses. Right? Add something to those fellows on the flagpole. Let the magic cannoneers use them for target practice. Don't let them be idle. Don't worry, they won't die from practice bullets. Do you think that I don't know? These fellows have already gained experience from hanging upside down. How to sleep while hanging upside down in the most effortless position. Let's see how you sleep while being targeted. After dealing with these messy matters, it was time for me to focus on the serious matter at hand. My undead scouts and Aurora aerial knights were probably the highest-ranked scouts on the battlefield. Thanks to their hard work, I now had a certain level of control over the battlefield. I didn't know what the Allied armies were up to, but judging from how they didn't invite me to attend several military meetings, it was likely that they had many ulterior motives. Of course, I had my own plans as well, and the information I shared with them was carefully selected. The beast men and elves had put aside their many years of grudges and worked together sincerely. Meanwhile, the humans were of the same species, but they kept scheming against each other. No matter how I looked at it, the situation on our side was far from good. However, ever since the elves entered the borders, I wasn't worried about Antun anymore. This wasn't a military problem, but a political one. If my guess was correct, the elves were using the excuse of revenge in hopes that the war would continuously escalate until the mega-human empires and churches would be dragged into it. In that case, since they had already declared war on Sluer, if Antun fell and Sluer was destroyed, shouldn't they consider returning home? Perhaps this was the reason why the beast men were attacking the cities at different speeds. Sluer's Antun was a trap to catch a big fish. If the bait died before it even started, then the beast men would really have to think twice about how they were going to continue. With the current situation, if the beast men lost the final battle, it would be enough to kill off half of the 7 Northlands countries. However, if any mega-human empires intervened, such as San Antonio, which the Beastmen had a close relationship with, the few small elven countries in the Northlands would definitely be no match for them. Eliza, do you know anything about the inside story? Is there any news? No, this isn't the area we're responsible for. However, I can smell the stench of the devils. This mess is most likely the work of the devils. They love such useless schemes. If it was a demon lord, he would definitely start a blood sacrifice to summon a demon army. As long as the demon army arrives, we'll just crush them all. These useless little tricks are too laughable. Indeed, this was in line with my understanding of the chaos and chaos species. The devils always loved to hide amongst other species to start a war or scheme, while the demons were much more direct. No, I have to go take a look. When the situation was unclear, it wasn't my style to sit at home and blindly give orders. That was why I unhesitatingly rode on Frigid Maw's steed and headed to the front lines to take a look. The flying Frigid Maw suddenly transformed into a mirage and missed the Thunder Eagle's lightning. Meanwhile, I summoned my war angel form in the mist and silently flew into the clouds. Let's go down. The next instant, when the Thunder Eagle Knight's attention was attracted by Irene Bela, who had reappeared, a gigantic sword directly shot them down from above. With Irene Bela's speed, Antoon wasn't too far away. However, the air cavalry intercepting us on the way was quite troublesome. I had already met 4 squads of air cavalry along the way. Although the Thunder Eagles only had one natural ability, explosive lightning, which wasn't too difficult to deal with, their high speed and outstanding eyesight made them our greatest enemy. We might not be able to escape, so we could only face them head-on. At this point, even my transformation and Irene Bela's ability to turn invisible, which she could only use 3 times per day, had been forced to use. It seemed that we had reached our limits. Not far away, Antoon was already under attack from all sides. However, I didn't take another step forward because the alarm bells in the Beastmen's camp started ringing. Countless air cavalry began to rise into the sky. Ignoring the traditional troops such as wyverns, thunder eagles, and harpies, I even discovered a young green dragon knight. They're completely blocking the air route to Antoon. Irene Bela, let's go back. When I gave the order to go back, the black cat hiding in my clothes jumped out of its own accord. Don't be in such a hurry. Circle around a bit more. Do you see those stone pillars below? Get closer and take a look. There might be more trouble. All right then. A single word from an expert caused the staff to break their legs. After I flew 2 circles around the stone pillars and played hide-and-seek with the little green dragon for 10 minutes, Heloise finally nodded and spoke. It's been confirmed. Let's go back. Since they're acting like this, it's likely that the final battle is about to begin. What's that? As I casually dodged the dragon's breath attack from behind, I leisurely gave the dragon knight the middle finger. This dragon didn't even have a full beard. At the very most, it wasn't even 100 years old. Perhaps it was even a livestock raised by the Beastmen. Perhaps its strength was decent, but it definitely didn't have enough battle experience. When Irene Bela transformed into her bird form and accelerated at full speed, the green dragon was left behind in just a few minutes. After we got rid of the Beastmen's air cavalry, I could finally ask Heloise what she had discovered. How would you muscleheads understand the secrets of mages? Don't shake, I'm falling. All right, I'll be direct. Those earth elementals are currently building a city. You should have heard of the elemental fortress, right? Perhaps in a few days, a huge city will be built here. When that time comes, you'll be attacking the big city while they attack the small city. That'll be fun. However, I shook my head in disbelief. Don't try to fool me. The elemental fortress can only be summoned in the elemental plane. This is the mortal plane. Yep, that's the second problem. The door to the earth elemental plane is currently opening. Very soon, you'll have to face countless stone men.